All right, good morning, everyone. We're just waiting for folks to get in from the waiting room and connected to audio. And I'm gonna ask my team to let me know when we have confirmation that the live stream is working.
We just went live, Mel.
Thank you, Jillian. All right, and it looks like everyone is connected to audio, so we'll go ahead and get started. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Pardon Advisory Board hearing today. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and a member of the Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members today, go through a couple of housekeeping items about how the meeting will run, and then we will go ahead and start hearing from all of you. So with us today in the Zoom, we have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. We have board member Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is Attorney General Call's nominee to this board. He served as the Milwaukee County Circuit Judge for 26 years, including serving as Chief Judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. With us today is board member Reverend John McVicker Sr., who is the founding pastor of Christ the King Baptist Church in Milwaukee. He additionally serves as the board chairman for King's Academy Christian School and is an associate chaplain for the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Department. We also have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Loudenschlager and Van Hollen. And finally, we have board member Myrna Warrington, who is a director of vocational rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation. Warrington is a U.S. Army vet and has been a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for over 15 years. Those are our board members today. Before we dive into hearing from applicants, I will give you just a little overview of how things will run and a couple of housekeeping notes. So the first thing to know is that today's hearing is being live streamed on Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. So we'll ask you to mute yourselves and turn off your video until it is your turn to be heard by the board. That will just allow us to ensure we have good audio and video quality and the board can focus on the person who is speaking. If you do run into any IT issues, don't worry. Someone from my team will give you a call and will help you troubleshoot. If we need to come back to you because Zoom isn't working for you when it's your turn, don't worry. We will come back to you once we get tech sorted out. We will otherwise generally call people up in the order listed on the agenda and open meetings notice. You'll have about 5 minutes total to speak with the board. We'll ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes answering the questions that were sent to you in advance of today's hearing, and then use the last 2 or so minutes to answer any questions that the board has. So as a reminder, those first questions that we'll ask you to address in the first 3 minutes are a brief summary of your offense and how your sentence went, a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including community involvement and any employment, and finally, a brief statement of why you're seeking a pardon today and why you believe the governor should grant you one. And then the board may or may not ask you questions with those following 2 minutes. Don't read too much into it either way. Sometimes everything is covered by your meeting material or by your application materials and what you share in that summary. But if people do have questions, we want to make sure they're able to get all the information that they need. Once you're done answering questions, you're welcome to sign off from the Zoom and go enjoy the rest of your day. You do not need to hang out for the whole meeting. Once everyone has been heard, the board will move into closed session and decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor. You need a majority support of members present in order to have your application sent to the governor. He will then make the final decision on accepting or rejecting your application. And either way, you'll hear from my office in about a month or 2 from today about the outcome of the hearing. So you will not get an answer today. We know that you have been patient in waiting and going through the whole application process, but it'll be just a little bit longer until you're able to get a determination on your application. So we will start calling people up in the order listed on the meeting notice. And again, we'll just ask you to mute and turn off your video until it is your turn to be heard by the board. So with that, we'll get started with Miss Jessica Yoo, who I do believe I saw on the Zoom. All right, we'll turn it over to you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. I was having problems. My case is case number 1991 CF 000305. I was convicted of 2 counts of theft that were dismissed, 3 counts of forgery for writing objects, checks, and 1 count of forgery uttering. I was sentenced to 5 years of probation. My probation was probably a little different than most people's, as I was pregnant during my probation and ended up in high-term labor. So I spent quite a bit of time in the hospital with that. But for the most part, actually it was quite a learning experience, to be honest with you. I ended up with an amazing probation officer. Her name was Nina. And I learned from her. I was able to grow up and learn from my wrongdoings. This is really hard for me because it was very personal. It wasn't like I just went to a business. It's taken me a long time to get myself to accept that I deserve a pardon, or, trying to get a pardon. I know I'm guilty. I know I was guilty. I will forever feel guilty and the shame for what I did. Because it wasn't just for the swim team. I did it to my mom. So for that, but the one thing I can say is I worked very hard to pay off the restitution before I had gotten sick. So I held, jobs so I was a CNA, so I could pay off the restitution. That did allow me to get off probation earlier because I did have, good behavior, but I paid it off early. So Nina allowed me to get off probation earlier. And she did see that I had grown from the time I started my probation as a little 18, 19-year-old who didn't know squat about life to, 20-some-year-old who was a mom and had to grow up real fast. So, anyways, sorry. I have MS, so sometimes I have to stop and think about my words. I take full acceptance and responsibility, but it has been a long time, 31 years. And this has been weighing on my mind for so long. And I have to try and, I have to try and at some point, let something be okay. I'm not the same person I was 31 years ago. I haven't broken the law, except one time I did write a check, and it was an honest mistake, and I really honestly did and forget, and it legitimately was a mistake, and I have worked very hard. I've done counseling. I have worked with women who had a lot of mental issues, a lot of disabilities, a lot of physical abuse from their ex-husbands. My first husband was very mentally and physically abusive. I was a hand punching bag. So I'm happily remarried now, but I'm proud of who I am now. My mom and even the swim team has forgiven me, which meant the world to me. People who have known me their whole life have said how proud they are of me. The question as to why I want my pardon, it's a little different, I guess, than most people. Most people want it for their education. I'm 51. I can't learn a new trick, not with my MS. And also because of the fact that I had surgery this past year, and it didn't go so well, and it ended up with sepsis and a collapsed lung, and it caused me to go into renal failure. So with that being said, with everything else with my medical, I would like it because I would like to make some memories with my family. I have two amazing sons, Austin and Colton, and I have never been able to go on a vacation besides going to Florida, things like that. I would love to go on a vacation with them. I would love to be able to vote for the first time in my life. It sounds probably stupid to most people, but I just would love to make some memories with my kids and my husband.
Thank you, Ms. Yoo. I want to just pause you there because I wanted to see if board members have any questions for you. Board members, any questions for Ms. Yoo? Cindy?
Yes, good morning. I have two questions. In your application and then this morning you talked about how you committed the crime, and but why did you commit this crime?
I had some pretty significant issues issues with my, I don't know what they call it, but that's why I was in pretty severe, therapy with my medication and mental issues with my, as a teenager. Growing up, I was, and I also, I had a lot of mental issues.
What did you do with the money? You took almost $9,000. What did you do? What did you spend the money on?
The person I was with, he bought a car. His parents put a down payment on a house.
Okay. Let me just move quickly to my second question. You said you submitted 2 letters of support, but they were never received. What was the?
Actually, they were received. One was from my mother, and the other one was from my sister. In fact, Neil actually called me last week and asked me about them, and I didn't like, because they were submitted. Because he knew that they were submitted. So somehow they got lost. I don't know what happened to them.
Okay, I'll sort that out with the chair. Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Yuhi? None? All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Yuhi. Appreciate your time today and hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. All right, our next applicant is Mr. Michael Robinson.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Robinson.
Hi. Well, let's start with my cases. In 2001, hold on. In 92, I was charged with possession of a firearm and possession with intent to deliver cocaine 3 grams or less. For that case, I did 1 year incarcerated, 2 years on probation. And in 2000, I was convicted of firearm by a felon, possession with the intent to deliver THC. I went to boot camp and completed that and did 2 years of probation. While I was there in boot camp, I did AODA. I received my high school equivalency diploma, and I took anger management. And I worked numerous jobs after I was released. I done worked everything from convenience stores, food distribution centers. I worked in a cemetery. I worked for a lighting company, retrofitting lights, exchanging out the old balance for energy efficient balances. Let's see. Since completion, also, I got married. I've been married for 22 years. In September 2018, September 11th, I was diagnosed with cancer, small lymphocytic lymphoma and chronic lymphocytic leukemia. In 2019, I had a CAR T procedure for that, which had me, I was cancer free for 5 years and 4 months. My cancer just came back this year in February. So now I'm undergoing a clinical trial. Also did a public service announcement for Channel 12 News, and that was dealing with the rough neighborhoods here in Milwaukee, especially the 530206 neighborhood. They had me on there to talk to people to try to get people in, deal with their health. Because I know a lot of people scared to go to the doctor because of the financial cost of it. So I was just trying to tell them my situation about my cancer and what I went through, and I just put my hands in to the Lord and my doctors, and I'm still here, still fighting right now. Also, was on the news with the governor. They had me on there because of the CAR T procedure, and I know he's a cancer patient himself. He was pledging $10 million donation to a cancer research center at Pariter Hospital here in Milwaukee, which they have started building already. And the reason I think I deserve a pardon is I haven't been in no trouble, and I've been keeping on the straight and narrow for over 22 years. I went through a lot, and to get back to my cases, I want to get into the reason why I sold drugs and I was into that lifestyle. When it first started off, the first case, it was all me. It was I was in high school and I started hanging out with the wrong crowds. Being the follower. The second case, it turned mostly into the situation, my living situation. My mother was homeless. We was out on the street. She was staying with my auntie, and I was couch surfing. I was at my sister's house, at a friend's house. I was everywhere. And I mostly did it to try to get us back on track. And I regret that decision because I ended up going back to penitentiary. But since then, I cut all those friends loose. I don't deal with none of those people. I'm a family-oriented man. I help my neighbors. I help the elderly. And my mother then passed away now. She then passed away in August of last year. And my father passed away some years before that. And one thing that I hold on to is them both telling me they was proud of me. And once they told me that, I knew I was on the right track. And me and my wife bought a home. I'm a homeowner. We pay our taxes. And I just think since it's been so long and I done matured and got my act together, I feel the pardon to make me whole. It'll get that black cloud and that stigma off me. And I can enjoy the rest of my life, how many years I got left.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. I want to see if board members have any questions for you. Board members, Judge Kremers.
So if I understand, good morning, Mr. Robinson. If I understand correctly, you went to the boot camp after your first conviction for the possession of controlled substance with intent to deliver while armed and all of that. Is that right?
That was the second.
Or you didn't go to boot camp till the second one?
Yeah, the first offense, I went to Oak Hill Correctional.
Okay. But there were 8 years. There were 8 years between your first and second offenses.
Yes.
What happened that got you back in the bad behavior?
The homelessness situation with my mother. That's what got me back into that situation in the second offense with the selling of marijuana. just made the wrong choices. I tried to hold on to jobs and work jobs. It was hard getting jobs, but I can't blame nobody but myself. It was the wrong decision to make.
Thank you.
Yes.
Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Rogers, I have two questions. The Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office reviewed your application for a pardon, and they support you for getting a pardon. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel real good that you can put in the work and change, and I guess people will notice, and that makes me real good. It's like my father telling me he's proud of me.
Okay. And then my second question, I know it's been a long time since that first offense, but when you were caught by the police, you fought with them, and the report says you tried to get the gun away from one of the officers, and then you ran away, and you had a gun and threw the gun away, told the police you had found the gun several days before. My real question, if you remember,
yes,
was the gun you had loaded?
Yes, I believe it was. And
Okay.
and I was not trying to disarm a police officer. I threw the firearm I had. I threw that firearm, and that was it. I didn't want to get shot.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Robinson? Great. Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Robinson. Appreciate your time today and hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Sammy Thompson. Mr. Thompson, we'll turn it over to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, yes. In 1986, I was charged with robbery party to a crime. I got sentenced by Judge John McCormick to 5 years probation, I think, and 18 months in the house correction. While in the house correction, I think I was there maybe 14 or 15 months. I was working on a paint crew. I got real sick. I had to go to hospital from jail. When I got to the hospital, they told me I had pneumonia. I sat in the hospital for a couple of weeks. When I woke up, well, when I first got there, I was shackled to the bed. When I woke up, I didn't have any shackles on. Guard came in with a letter for me to sign. So I asked what was a letter for, and it was for me to get released because I got sick. So I got an early release on that. Completed my 4 or 5 year stage sentence with no problems. Got out, got a job at Milwaukee Boilers as a welder. I was there until they closed down, went bankrupt. Ended up, they went out of business around 2000 and, I mean, not 2000, I'm sorry, 91, I think. So I ended up going to another place, Popeyes, working there, and something happened. Somebody got killed. Somebody killed somebody in the parking lot, and I ended up leaving there. And in 1995, I caught another case. It was possession of controlled substance. I bought a car, and I sitting in the car, and the police pulled me over. They searched my car. I didn't know it was some drugs on the where the glasses go to, I guess, and a cassette tape. I think it was 2 dimes of cocaine. So I ended up pleading guilty to that because I was the only one there and I couldn't fight it. So I ended up getting, what was that? What I ended up getting there? I think I got, what was it? Probation? No, I ended up turning down the probation and doing the time, in which was 9 months. Completed my 9-month sentence. Got out. Well, let me go back there. When I was locked up, I was at the house correction, and I met 2 guys. They worked for what do you call it? WCS, and they was doing a program on asphalt, and I ended up going to take the classes, and end up top of the class. End up going. I think I had maybe they ended up sending us downtown to the work release program, and I ended up going out to a job for blocky paving. Worked with them one day, and they hired me. But I didn't start until I had like 2 weeks left to stay incarcerated. And so the owner, John Pablocky, came to me and said, well, he didn't want to start me then. He wanted to start me when I got out, which in 2 weeks. So when I got out, started work. And I was there for approximately like 10, 11 years. I was a laborer. A good friend that ran the paver ended up going and getting his own company. So he ended up requested me to come over to him. So I ended up going over there because it was union. So I went. They got me in union classes. I ended up going up to Coloma, Wisconsin at Operators Engineers 139 and completed that. I started being an operator. I learned how to run dozers, front-end loaders, skid steers, pavers, and all that. So I was a screw man on the back end of the paver. So after that, I think 98, I got married. 2000, I ended up getting custody of my 4 kids. And I think it was 2010, I caught a possession of marijuana case. And the judge gave me, 24 months probation. I ended up completing my probation on that, no problems. My probation officer let me off a year early because I was working, and she said that I wouldn't I wouldn't get into trouble and none of that, so early release. 2016, well, I ended up working a few places, and then 2016, I ended up, me and my wife sit down and talk, and all the time that I was working, doing all the construction, I missed time with my kids. So I said, well, she got me to start my own business. My business is called Thompson Gang Home Improvement Lawn Care. That was in 2016. Right now, currently, I work for Pastor John Daniels, and that's at Old Mount Zion Church. They're selling the building because of the pastor that ran it, Cedric Daniels, and passed him last year. And now, since I got another 6 more months to work at Old Mount Zion. After that, I'll be at Holy Redeemer doing maintenance work and all that. Yeah,
Mr. Thompson, I don't want to cut you off, but I do want to make sure we get to any questions from the board. So I'm going to turn it over to questions very quickly here. Board members, any questions for Mr. Thompson? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Thompson, the Milwaukee County DA's office reviewed your application for a pardon and they support your application, how does that make you feel?
Feels great. Feels real great. I know I can do it. I know I can do it all the time. I just let things just get in the way.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Thompson, one question from me.
Yes.
You have a not horribly uncommon name, so I want to sort out some of these records. Did you receive any sort of public assistance in the year 2019?
And what you mean about public assistance?
Like food share, anything like that?
2019? I don't think so. Yeah, my wife my wife did.
Okay, but not you?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of any outstanding liens for overpayment of public assistance or any money that you owe the state or city?
Unemployment.
Mm-hmm.
Unemployment. Yes, I'm paying that back. I was working at Smithsonian, and we was down at the I was foreman, and we was doing Boston store demolition, and I had ended up not working. That he had a crew to come in on the weekends, and me and my daughter and my nephew, we didn't go in until that Monday. And when we went in that Monday, somebody destroyed the escalator that was in there. So since I was a foreman, they told me that I was it was my fault. So I took responsibility because I was foreman, and I got fired. Well, I didn't get fired then. I didn't really know I got fired until the last minute, and I was collecting unemployment because we were seasonal. We only worked in the summertime at that time after we got done with Boston. So over the winter time, I was working, doing snow removal and all that, getting unemployment. And right when work started back, they let me go. Said that because of that escalator. And by them doing that, I ended up had to pay all that money back from unemployment. So I think it was like $4,000. Now it's down to $500.
Okay, thank you.
I'll be paying that off next month anyways.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Thompson? None? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. Hope you enjoy the rest of your morning, and thanks for taking the time to be with us today.
Thank you guys too.
Thank you. All right, our next applicant is Mr. Fenan Muhammad. Mr. Muhammad, before we turn it over to you, I just want to reiterate for everyone, if you can please keep your summary of those 3 questions to 3 minutes. It is really important that we get to any questions that the board has, so please do keep that to 3 minutes so we can stay on time today. But Mr. Muhammad, we'll turn it over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Party and the Advisory Board. I want to thank you guys for this hearing today. My one and only crime took place in March of 1995. I sold cocaine to a undercover law enforcement officer. At the time, I thought that was the end to justify means as far as trying to make quick money. I know that wasn't the right thing to do. I was just trying to make some money so I could go back to college at that time. In June of 95, I was convicted and sentenced to 4 years of prison and 4 years of probation. I followed the pretrial guidelines, AOTA assessment. I left the weed alone. I was smoking marijuana at the time while I was selling drugs. I left the marijuana alone and hanging with the guys that I was hanging with at that time. I began working again for the park system. Did Hubert law at the House Correction. I re-enrolled in MATC. After I completed MATC in May of '96, I interviewed with the company I'm currently at right now. That interview didn't go well the first time around, so I ended up being employed or got a job with a contractor. I did that for a year and a half. During that year and a half, I ended up my girlfriend at the time became pregnant with my first son, and so that really changed everything for me as well. Working with the contractor, I ended up getting a job with Ameritech at the time. And shortly thereafter, my current employer, they ended up coming looking for me again, and I interviewed with them again. Unfortunately, this time my felony was on my record, in which they did see it, and which I ended up having a discussion with them in regards to what led up to the situation and why I currently have a felony on my records. And I'm glad that they were willing to hear me and understanding and open-minded and trusted me enough to give me the job. And I've currently been on the job now for 26 years. Like I said, I had two sons. Both of them I've graduated from college. I've kept them clear of the streets. I've done mentoring through the job with women and at-risk teens to avoid them from following in the same steps that I have taken to be so that they wouldn't be in the situation or the predicament that I currently am in. After I did receive the conviction, it was an embarrassment to both my parents and really my mother. I felt bad. I've always made a promise to her that I would clear my name up and restore good faith in my name, because I accept responsibility for my action. And like I said, I have not had any other interactions with any law enforcement, maybe besides a speeding ticket or something like that. But like I said, and right now I recently got married. I got married in 2023. I currently now have 4 sons now. So I'm raising 2 more young sons as well. And my wife and I, the reason I'm trying to petition for a pardon, because my wife and I, we're in the process of opening us an assisted living home. We're currently waiting to hear from the state whether or not we'll be able to do that. And I was so embarrassed about my felony conviction that I actually did not tell my wife, and quite a few of my professional friends do not know. Well, now they will know because it's on the internet now that I am a convicted felon. There's nothing that I'm proud of. Like I said, I accept full responsibility for my actions. I'm just trying to get a fresh start in life. I'm hoping that I can receive this pardon so that my wife and I like I said, I didn't want to, we were trying to start some business endeavors, and I did not want my felony to be a hindrance on anything that we're trying to do in the future, as far as licenses and grants or funding that we might be able to receive. So that is why I'm here today, petitioning for my pardon. And like I said, also to restore my good name and good faith that I've always promised my mother, who has since passed. But I think that's pretty much, I'm rambling on because I get nervous. So that's pretty much it. If you guys have any questions, I'm open to the question.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad. Any questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Muhammad, the judge in Milwaukee County and the district attorney in Milwaukee County who reviewed your application for a pardon support your application. How does that make you feel?
Well, honestly, sir, it makes me feel that it restores my faith and makes me feel like there's actually some hope at the end of this tunnel. Like I said, I'm elated. I mean, and it makes me feel good that I might be able to restore my good name for my mother's sake as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Muhammad? None? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad. Mr. Muhammad, I appreciate your time today and hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you as well.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Mr. Donald Quail. Mr. Quail, we're ready to hear from you.
Hello, are you there?
Yes, we can hear you. We cannot yet see you.
Okay, and how about now?
Not yet. We'll see if someone, oh, there we go. All right.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you guys taking the opportunity to listen to what I have to say today. My name is Don Quail Jr. On October 18th, 2002, I was convicted of homicide by intoxication of a motor vehicle. July 15th of 02, my cousin and I decided to celebrate St. Patrick's Day weekend. I made a pretty irresponsible choice to drive that night. In the results of that, I was in a car accident that led to the death of my cousin. What I want you to know is I am an alcoholic. I'm aware of that. I've been sober since 22 years now. The accident, it caused a lot of pain for my family and his family as well. I was sentenced 4 years incarceration, 10 years probation. I completed my incarceration at different institutions in the state of Wisconsin. Most of my time incarcerated, I spent busy working in kitchen, community road work, cleanup. And in my sentence, I worked for Habitat for Humanity, building homes for the low income while I was incarcerated. And then upon my completion of incarceration, I completed a 4-month AODA treatment program. I was eligible for early release 4 months off of my incarceration time. I did choose to stay an extra 3 weeks incarcerated to finish my program. Since then, since my release of prison, I've had 2 traffic offenses within that 10-year period of time. Since my release in 06, I've gotten married. I took guardianship over a child with autism. He was at the age of 6 months at the time. He recently now is 18. I spend a lot of time understanding his needs, his mental health issues. I'm currently working at the same job since 06, since my release date. I am now a proud grandfather of 4 grandchildren. I help assist my father that's going under cancer treatments. I think in receiving a pardon would show my family and others that I'm not the same person that I was. I try to further my career through jobs. They're kind of limited. I just want the opportunity to show, the society, people, my father, that I'm a better person. I guess a pardon would validate my hard work and effort on what I've tried to do since the meantime. I'm not much of a talker, so if the board really has any questions, feel free to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Quail. It seems like we do have at least one question. Cindy?
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Quail. Congratulations on your sobriety the last 22 years and all you've accomplished. My question is, you initially in your packet, one of the reasons you listed for a pardon was adopting your son. Is there an update on that status? Because I know this was probably submitted a year or 2 ago.
Well, it's been a long process. I stayed guardianship. He is now 18 years old. He is in the midst now, as we speak, of rekindling relationship with his biological family, his mother and his brothers and stuff. So that has gone really well for him. We did support him. We did let him know that his family was out there, and basically we told him the truth about everything, so them doors were open for him always.
Okay. So the adoption is sort of off the table now. And
it is.
Okay.
Like I said, he's 18 now, and
yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Quail? No, all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Quail. Appreciate your time this morning, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you again for listening.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Mr. Dwayne Gresser. Mr. Gresser, I see you in the Zoom. If you can turn on your camera and your audio, we're ready to hear from you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, and there we go. Now we can see you. All right, we'll turn it over to you.
Hi, my name's Dwayne Gresser. About 15 years ago, I was convicted for growing marijuana, which led to 6 months of Huber and 3 years of probation, I believe. I completed all that. I've been in the Bricklayers Union Local 5 out of Milwaukee for about 25 years now. And after my conviction, when I was locked up, one day the bailiff came and told me that I was released because my boss got me out because I was a foreman for him and I ran a lot of big projects for him and he really needed me. And so he did a lot to get me out and get me working again, so I could pay my mortgage and, you know, take care of my kids and pay the bills and, you know, because he knew what kind of position I was in. And he knows what kind of a person I am. I mean, I'm a good person. I wake up every day and try to do, you know, be the best person that I can be. You know, I like to see people smile. The whole thing, the trial was kind of a joke. Some of the jurors fell asleep during the trial. You know, I mean, it was the day before my trial, the DA called and offered me a deal, no felony, and a year of probation. And my lawyer told me to decline the offer because they had no evidence. He said we'd beat it. He said there was no way they could convict me. So, you know, of course, I followed what my attorney had to say, and I declined the offer, which I wish I never would have, because the trial turned into a circus, basically, and I was convicted, got a felony, jail time. You know, it ruined my life, honestly. It took away everything I love to do. As far as being a felon, I couldn't do a lot of things with my kids as far as school went and sports, and you know, and it was one of my favorite things to do. I love my kids. I love spending time with them. It was just a huge burden on me. Took away a lot of things I love to do. I live in northern Wisconsin now. I grew up hunting with my dad and my uncles, and you know, my son, ever since he was young, he's always done it with us, and you know, it's just something I can't do anymore. And it's makes me sad. You know, it's just I have most of the good memories I have with my father, who's deceased now. Stuff I would like to do with my son, you know, just because I've had so many good memories with it. And you know, and my youngest daughter is 16, and there's a lot of things I'd like to do with her as far as school goes and school trips. And you know, next year she's going to be senior, and it's just been a real black cloud over my head, you know. And I'm a good person. I really am. I don't get in trouble. I help out people as much as I can. I do a lot of volunteer work. I recently started my own business. I do tile for a living. Like I said, I've been in the Bricklayers Union for 25 years. So I wanted the company I was working for the last 15 years, all the work is on the road. So I traveled a lot. I lived in hotels, you know, most of my life. And I wanted to get away from that and be with my family more. I'm going to be 49 years old in a couple of weeks. So I just want to be home. with my family. My mom's, she's getting old now and she needs help with things, and I like to be around for her. So yeah, that's it. I just want to live a normal life again, is basically all I want. I've never been a bad person. I've never been a criminal. I've never gotten in trouble. This whole thing, it ruined my life, honestly. And I'm just looking for a little redemption is all. I just don't want this to be hanging over my head anymore. One of my best friends is a deputy sheriff here in town, and I love hanging out with him. We lift weights together, we fish a lot together, and it's always in the back of my mind that he's worried about being with me because I'm a felon, and he's a sheriff, and it's hard for me. There's just so many things that I question myself. Should I be here? Should I go there? Should I be doing this? And it's just, I don't want to live like this anymore. I really don't, because I don't deserve it. I'm a good person. Like I said, I just want to live a normal life, without just hanging over my head. It's been really hard for me.
Thank you, Mr. Gresser. I want to see if board members have questions for you, but I just have one. I want to clarify something that you said. You talked a little bit about the trial and the lack of evidence, but you were growing these marijuana plants, is that correct?
I was, yes.
And you did have I think it was a couple of pills and paraphernalia that they found in your house.
I have ADD, and I have a prescription for the Adderall, so that was actually dropped in court. They found them in my house when they came and searched my house, but they never asked me if I had a prescription or everything. They just charged me with it. So when I went,
the drug paraphernalia was related to the marijuana.
Yeah, and then they found a pot pipe in my garage as well, which they charged me with, which I believe was also dropped. The paraphernalia charge was dropped, along with the pills that was also dismissed, because I had a prescription from my doctor, which my lawyer presented to the court.
Got it. And then just one other question for me before I open it up to others. There are a couple of domestic abuse incidents in your background from 2004 and 2012. Could you just tell us a little bit about what was going on with each of those?
Domestic abuse?
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, I'm not even familiar with that. I never went to court, I don't think, for it.
It looks like in 2004, there was a no contact order that was dismissed, and instead you were convicted of non-criminal disorderly conduct.
You know what that was, is when I broke up with my girlfriend with my my children, I believe that was right after I moved out from her, and she was really disgruntled about it, and I had a new girlfriend. So she was doing everything in her power to make my life difficult with my children. And that's where that all stemmed from.
Okay, and there was an incident where the police were called?
She called the sheriff's department every chance she had. And especially like once I was on probation with the marijuana thing and all that, like she called the sheriffs weekly on me, just to get me in trouble because of the new girlfriend, and she was really jealous, and it just turned into a real big fiasco. For years and years and years, I had to deal with that.
Okay, got it. And then the 2012 incident was in Langley County. Looks like that also ended up being a misdemeanor disorderly conduct. Was that the same partner?
It was, yes. Like I said, on for years, she called the sheriff's department on me for everything. Honestly, like she made my life miserable.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Cindy.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Gresser. In 2021, you were cited for failure to yield for an emergency vehicle. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I was on the highway, and I just had left town, and I was on the telephone, and sheriff's deputy was coming out of town for a call, and I didn't notice him behind me, and it was a 2-lane highway, and I was in the slow lane, and for whatever reason he got behind me, and I pulled over, and then he went around me and just kept going. Well, then like 2 weeks later, I got a ticket in the mail for failing to yield to an emergency vehicle.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't see him at first, and then when I did see him in my rearview mirror, I pulled over immediately, and he went around me, and then I received a ticket in the mail a couple weeks later for it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions for Mr. Gresser? No? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Gresser. Appreciate your time today, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you. You as well. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Mr. Timothy Lasco. Mr. Lasco, we're ready to hear from you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am my charges were second-degree reckless endangerment with possession of a firearm enhancer, along with operating firearm while intoxicated with a use of a dangerous weapons modifier. And what I've done since my release, I did the successful completion of probation for 3 years, 3 months, which was also part of my sentencing, which applied to it. And before I was released from KCDC, I was enrolled at Gateway Technical College. During my time, I attained an associate's degree in business management, a technical diploma in small business entrepreneurship, a certificate in supervisory management. And my last year there, I was also president of Collegiate DECA. And I graduated 2012 on the dean's list. Applied for numerous jobs, was very difficult. There was an occurrence where I was even accepted at the Dollar General, had all the clothes purchased, picked out, ready to work the next day, got a call saying background came back, I wasn't allowed to work for them. I was also an ASA or USA sanctioned umpire, along with NSA and NAFA. I umpired girls and men's fast pitch for 4 years. Climbed the ladder very quickly, but got to the point where background checks and questions started to roadblock me, so I stepped out of that. I also worked odd-end jobs, third shift at a Best Western. I worked at ITO Industries in the village of Bristol, screen printing ink on circuit boards. I was a groundskeeper at Brightondale Golf Course. And then when I found out my girlfriend was pregnant, I entered back into the electrical field, which I tried so hard to get out of and enter the professional industry of business management. During which I attained my residential journeyman card and I joined the union. And I also still was avid in playing softball. The Village of Bristol administrator, Randy Kirkman, approached me before one game because I played on his son's softball team and asked if I would be interested in becoming the commercial electrical inspector for the Village of Bristol. So with that, I made the personal goal to attain my master electrician's license before I was 30. I took it the month before my 30th birthday passed, and then I applied for the commercial electrical inspector's position, which I did for 2 to 3 years. All doing so, I did that without serving an apprenticeship. I did on-the-job training. I independently studied 6 weeks for the code book and passed the first time. I also started my own electrical contracting business while working for larger commercial contractors. I've worked for staff, very cool job sites like the Bucks Arena, Marquette Dorms. I'm currently with Next Electric. I've gone up to a superintendent. Right now, I'm just wrapping up Indian Community School in Franklin for their lighting control project, and they're also having me oversee a job up in Door County for the Gibraltar Middle School, High School remodel. I'm also an active member in Buck Trail Archers in Burlington. during the wintertime, Thursday nights, I help children learn how to shoot archery and the safety of that. Sorry, I'm just going through my notes, trying to save you guys some time. I'm also a single family income, had my first son in 2013, got married to the same girl that I've been with since my release in 2015. We're gonna be celebrating our 10-year wedding anniversary next year. I have an 8-year-old daughter, which was born, she was born in 2016. And to sum it all up, the reason why I'm looking for this is to improve and increase my personal and professional development, the potential to run for town or city positions in the village and or city of Burlington. I would like the opportunity to potentially coach my son or daughter in wrestling, softball, baseball, or football. I'm not able to go on field trips through their school because of background checks. With Next Electric, they asked me to create a biography to do sales pitches to larger profile jobs. I would kind of like this off my record before I submit that, just so it's smooth sailing. Just so I can get on higher profile projects. That's all I have to sum it up to save you guys some time. If you have any questions, feel free.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lasco. Questions from the board? Judge Cromers.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Lasco. Mr. Lasco, what do you think about, or how do you feel about how the two victims of your crime feel or felt at the time or feel now about your actions and how scary they were?
At the time, because of my thought process at the time, I disregarded that. But yes, I do understand that it is a traumatizing endeavor that they've had to endure, and then the aftermath of that to try and, lack of better terminology, bounce back from that. I could only imagine.
All right, thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Lasco? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Lasco, in your application, you described the events of that night with the shotgun and threatening Kimberly Swanson and the other man as a poor choice in life. Is that still the way you feel about it? A poor choice in life?
Yes and no. I will be the first to admit that if I didn't go down that path, then I wouldn't be at where I'm at today. But on the flip side of how I affected their lives, how remorseful I am for that occurrence, I mean, I obviously cannot take that back. I've made a bed, I have to lay in it. And I mean, I've kept my space from them according to what was sentenced. But the path I was on then would not have led me to where I'm at today. I mean, I couldn't sit and sulk in the bottom of a hole. I had to come out of it and improve from that day on.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lasco. Appreciate your time this morning, and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Mr. Ricky Witek, or Whittick. Mr. Whittick, if you are on the phone, we have a couple of call-in numbers, but please unmute yourself and let us know that it's you. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone unmuting. So Mr. Whittick, if you are one of the phone numbers, please give us a call, or we'll have staff reach out to you right now and see if we can get tech issues sorted out. But for now, we will move on to Mr. Ryan Metzenbauer. Mr. Metzenbauer, I see you in the Zoom. Are you able to unmute and turn on your camera?
You're unmuted. You're unmuted.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear
Hi.
you. Can't quite see you yet.
No, I'm trying to start the video.
For some reason, it's not connecting.
All right, let's see. I'm gonna have my team try to prompt you to start video and we'll see if that helps. Okay, sounds like the video on the device isn't working. All right, Mr. Metzenbauer, why don't we just go ahead with audio only then, and we'll turn it over to you.
All right, I just want to thank you guys for hearing my case today. My name is Ryan Metzenbauer. I'm 46 years old. I was convicted of second-degree reckless endangerment of safety, which was dismissed. Battery to law officers or firefighters, guilty, no contest. I live in Chippewa Falls, where I was born and raised. The incident, which was in 2003, happened in Chautauqua, Wisconsin on the 4th of July weekend. We were visiting my wife's family. We were at a street dance and I had been drinking. I made a choice to light off a large firework over a building. I was caught and things got out of control during the discussion of the incident and was charged and given the following sentences. I received 180 days in jail, which was 45 minutes from my home with Huber, served half in jail and the other half on ankle monitor at home with alcohol detection machine. I had blown it 2 times a day or whenever requested. Paid restitution of $1,315.09 and was on no drink probation. And what I've done in the community since then, I started my own business. Volunteer at my daughter's Christian horse ranch. I volunteer at local Chippewa Falls History Center and Museum of Science and Technology. I bought a home. I started a family. I have a son and a daughter. Our son just turned 18 and our daughter is 15. Haven't had any additional law enforcement contact, fines, citations, or anything. I've been with my wife, who was my girlfriend at the time of the incident in 2003. We got married in 2008. At the time, I was young. I was young when all this happened. I had made bad choices. I have learned since this have happened. I completed my sentences with no issues. I have kept out of trouble and use all my experiences to help my children make good choices and follow the laws. I've gotten a lot. I've grown a lot since then. Buying a home, building a family, and our business. I continue my business currently and made a name and a good reputation for myself. The only problem is the black cloud over my name, and would love to get it taken care of. I continue to give back to the community by volunteering with our local history centers and learning more and more about our community. With this felony off my record, I choose to change careers. It would really help me. I have worked hard to turn my life around and make better decisions and be more responsible. And that's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Metzenbauer. Questions from the board? Cindy.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Metzenbauer. In your statement in your application, you deny punching the officer, and yet you pled guilty to the battery to a law enforcement officer. So explain that to us.
What was the question again?
Well, you pled guilty to the charge, but in your application, you deny it.
I was on my phone and he pulled me out of the vehicle and slammed me up against the car, and everything happened so fast and I wasn't severely intoxicated when this happened. And I really regret all the things that happened.
So did you punch the officer?
I could have. I'm
Okay.
not going to deny it because I don't know. I was really intoxicated.
Okay. Second question for you. It's not required, but as part of the application process, it's strongly encouraged to submit letters of support for your application. And you did not submit any letters of support. Can you tell us why not?
I'm not sure. I didn't know nothing about it.
Well, it's on the application.
Okay. I must not have seen that part on the application.
Okay.
I can submit one if need be.
No, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Metzenbauer? Judge Connors.
So did you take part in any AODA counseling or treatment after this?
No, I did not.
And
I did do family counseling.
Okay. And what is your, you drink now?
No, I don't drink now. I'm just trying to keep my business running and keep on the straight and narrow.
Well, when was the last time you had a drink? Of any kind, beer or alcohol of any other kind?
I haven't had anything.
In how long?
Since that incident, once I went into jail, I sat in there and I figured I needed to turn my life around. I haven't gotten anything as such a ticket or a traffic violation to anything since that incident. The first day sitting in jail wasn't I sat and figured that I had to turn my life around and make better decisions. And
okay, and other than the officer pulling you out of your car, you don't remember what happened?
no, he pulled me from what I was getting in the car to leave, and he yanked me out, and then a fight occurred and we were wrestling, and other than that, I don't remember a lot. I was really intoxicated.
Okay. Thank you.
I take full responsibility.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Metzenbauer? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Metzenbauer, Judge Babler, who actually heard your case back in the day, reviewed your application for a pardon, and he supports it. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel really good to get that black cloud over my, from over the top of me. I'd be elated. I'm just don't know what to say. I get, my business, people look me up, but I don't want, it hurts my family's name too as well.
Any other questions for Mr. Metzenbauer? Then, all right. Thank you very much for your time today, Mr. Metzenbauer. I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
You too. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. And I believe we have Mr. Whittick back on the phone. Mr. Whittick, we're ready to hear from you.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, Mr. Whittick, we're going to ask you to spend about 3 minutes answering those questions that we sent you in advance. I can repeat them if you need me to, and then we will take questions from the board for you and make sure that we get all the information we need.
Okay, first of all, I apologize for the Zoom thing. I couldn't figure it out. And as starting with the questions, it was an unfortunate incident in my home where I was threatened financially by my then girlfriend, now wife. In hindsight, I should have just left the home instead of attempting to get her to leave. After all that happened, I was charged with reckless endangerment, which you know, and I obtained an attorney. And when it came to jury trial, I opted to accept sentencing instead of going through the trial and putting my wife, my now wife, through that because she was through enough. I received 45 days of Huber privileges and attended anger management. We now have been married 30 years this month with 4 children, 7 grandchildren, and the entire time I've been gainfully employed. I've had no major issues, and I just may want to hunt with my grandkids or something. I'm just not sure. And it's a stigma, and I understand it'll always be there, but it'll be less if I receive a pardon.
Thank you, Mr. Whittick. Questions from the board? Cindy.
Yes, Mr. Whittick, in your application, you were asked to describe in detail the crime. And what you wrote basically was you lost your composure. It's not really what happened. Can you tell us the details of the crime and why you got a knife and did what you did?
I wanted her to leave the house and she wouldn't leave. And I just thought I could scare her and she would go. Well, then we got next to each other and she basically grabbed a knife and cut her hand, and that was it. And then she left and ended up in the emergency room sewing and fixed up. And we had a volatile relationship at the time, but like I say, we've been married for 30 years and I made a mistake, and it was a major mistake.
And according to the criminal complaint, she was on the ground and you were sitting on her stomach and put the knife to her throat when she grabbed the knife. Is that what happened?
Yeah, pretty much. Like I said, I just wanted her to leave and she wouldn't leave. And then she said, stop, don't do it. And that's when she grabbed the knife. And yeah, that's what happened.
And what was the extent of the injury? Do you recall how many stitches or?
No, I really don't. She had 3 or 4 fingers and a palm of her hand and probably 15 or 20 stitches. I don't know.
Okay.
It's been a long time.
Understood. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Whittick? Judge Cremers.
So I got to go back to the crime thing because today you started out calling it an unfortunate incident, and as Ms. O'Donnell indicated, you said you lost your composure or something, but you also, according to the complaint, said that you would have buried her in the backyard and disposed of her vehicle and no one would have found her. Did you say those things?
Yeah, it's been a long time. I probably, but as in anger, I guess, but something's got to be right for us to make 30 years here together. So I was a different person at that time, obviously.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Whittick? All right, seeing none. Mr. Whittick, thank you very much for your time this morning, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, thank you, everybody. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and that concludes our first morning session of applicants. We do have a few minutes before our next group at 10 o'clock. So I am going to give everyone a chance to just take a break here so we can start on time and be compliant with meeting notices. Board members, I'll ask you to be back at about 9:59 to go ahead and get started. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We're just going to give the rest of our board members a minute to get back on camera after taking a short break, and then we will go ahead and get started. All right. Most of us here is waiting for a couple of other folks, but I will go ahead and start with introductions. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the Chair of the Pardon Board. With us today are other board members, including Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the Director of the Prison Ministry Project and a former public defender and Deputy District Attorney. Board member Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is a former Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge, where he served for 26 years, including serving as Chief Judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. We have Reverend John McVicker, who is not quite on camera with us yet, but will be joining us. He is the founding pastor of Christ the King Baptist Church in Milwaukee, and also serves as an associate chaplain for the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Department. We have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who is the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. And we have board member Myrna Warrington, who is the Director of Vocational Rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation and has been a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for over 15 years. Did I miss any board members? No, all right. So applicants, just a reminder that this hearing is being live streamed today. We are going to call you up in the order listed in the agenda. We will spend about 5 minutes with each of you. We're going to ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions that you were sent in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, that is telling us a brief summary of your offenses and how your sentence went, a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including community involvement and employment, and why you're seeking a pardon today and why you believe the governor should grant you one. Once you spend about 3 minutes covering those topics, we'll open it up to questions from the board. The board may or may not have questions for you. Sometimes everything is covered in your application materials, but if folks do have questions, we want to make sure that those get covered so we have the information that we need. The board will then move into closed session and discuss making a recommendation to the governor on each of your applications. You need a majority support from the board member's president in order to have your application forwarded to the governor, who will then make the final decision. And you will hear about the outcome of today's hearing about a month or 2 from today. So we'll ask for just a little bit more patience in finding out about the outcome of your pardon application. So with that, we will go ahead and start with our first applicant of the second morning session, which is Antonus Ali.
Good morning. My name is Antonus Ali, and I go by Tony.
Great.
I do have some prepared notes to begin with. I want to thank all of you for granting me the opportunity to be heard. I believe in the work that you do and the vital role that you play in our legal system. I have 2 convictions for which I'm asking to be pardoned. The first was a robbery, and the second was a burglary. Both offenses took place in 1987 when I was 18 years old, and I committed these offenses about 36 years ago. I'm thoroughly ashamed to admit that in 1985, I participated in an assault and robbery on a hotel front desk clerk. Our purpose was to get money, and I don't exactly recall what we planned to do with the money, but I know whatever it was a selfish plan. I asked the clerk for change to make a phone call, and when he opened the cash register drawer to make change, I struck him several times as my accomplice cleared out the register. We were caught, convicted, and sentenced to 6 months in jail, plus 2 years probation. And for what we did, it was a light sentence. The burglary took place Also, when I was 18, I broke into and stole from a church. It is difficult for me to talk about that. I'm certain it was an important community institution and that they felt thoroughly violated. I don't actually remember the burglary all that well because I had been drinking heavily at the time. But I do remember justifying it to myself by telling myself that I was helping the needy and I was referring to myself. I pled no contest to the burglary case while I was already incarcerated, and that case earned me a second felony conviction. Today, I can't express how extremely sorry I am for the pain that I caused my victims. I know that it's not possible, but if there was anything I could do to undo what I did, I would certainly do so. As part of this pardon application, I was fortunate to get to meet a professional in restorative justice, Professor Amy Nimitz, and I wrote an apology letter to my victim, the hotel clerk, Mr. Scott Brem, and Professor Nimitz was able to find him and deliver that letter to him. I was astonished that Mr. Brem accepted the document, and Professor Nimitz also arranged for me to meet Mr. Brem all those years later. And I'm very grateful that I had the chance to apologize and shake his hand in person. And I consider myself extremely fortunate that Mr. Brem forgave me for what I did to him. He's a true gentleman and a kind soul. So I'm very thankful. Today, I'm a father, grandfather, and husband. I have a lengthy work history that has been primarily for nonprofit community organizations that provide direct services, and I've also been employed as an admission officer in higher education. I've learned many lessons, and I've worked real hard to better myself, educate myself, and I feel like these experiences have shaped me in a positive way. I hope that they demonstrate how far I've come since I was 18 and committed my 2 felonies. Immediately after my jail sentence, I worked mostly in the cleaning and restaurant industries, and I moved back to Milwaukee in 1990 to attend UWM because I felt like I needed to get out of Madison to separate myself from my old acquaintances. And unfortunately, a lot of my old acquaintances are now either incarcerated or deceased. Cut me short if I'm running long here. A couple of years later, after I moved to Milwaukee, I was encouraged to apply for a part-time job at Southeastern Youth and Family Services Incorporated in Milwaukee, and I became a child care worker at a group home called Humboldt House. And then soon after, I was promoted to a full-time position. Humboldt House was a temporary crisis intervention shelter, and there I worked with adolescent males aged from 11 to 17. I held a full-time 24-hour position where I was something like a house parent. I slept there overnight, was responsible for preparing meals, breaking up fights, keeping the residents occupied with positive activities. I tracked their school attendance, supervised recreational outings, and documented their daily behavior. Humboldt House really was one of my most cherished work experiences. It was draining. I felt like I was really doing good work for those kids, and they were very similar to how I was when I was 18 and directionless. In 1996, I moved back to Madison to attend UW-Madison. I worked with Belay Youth and Family Services Incorporated as a wraparound mentor. The work was kind of inconsistent, as was the pay. And I then became a waiter, and I was also volunteering at Grace Episcopal Church homeless shelter in Madison, where I worked directly with clients under Hassan Moore. In 2000, I graduated from UW-Madison with a bachelor's degree in social welfare, and I moved back to Milwaukee. And upon returning to Milwaukee, I was hired back at Southeastern Youth and Family Services Incorporated in a social work position as a youth counselor, but I couldn't use the title of social worker because I didn't meet the requirements for the social work license. I enjoyed the position. It was very challenging and demanding work. And at the end of my tenure, I was working primarily with juvenile sex offenders. After a few years, I left that job briefly, and I went into residential construction. Found that really wasn't for me. I then took a civil service exam for a claim specialist position with the state of Wisconsin's Department of Workforce Development. I was hired in 2005. There I worked in a call center where my primary role was to assist unemployment insurance claimants in completing their claims and answering questions. I also answered employer questions because I was assigned to the employer line.
Mr. Ali, I don't want
Yes.
to cut you off, but could you speak briefly to why you're seeking a pardon today? And then I want to turn it over to board members for questions, just so we can make sure we get through everything.
Very good, understandable. First, a pardon will open doors to opportunities that I can't currently access because of my conviction record. My convictions can broadly be construed as being substantially related to many jobs for which I'm otherwise qualified. I still feel like I'm relatively young. I'm in my 50s, and I believe I have many skills that have been underutilized in my employment history. There are a number of educational and career opportunities that I've explored, but because of my felony convictions, I'm not able to really pursue them. I had been interested in possibly attending law school at Marquette, but when I found out how much the tuition cost and that there was no guarantee that I would be allowed to enter the state bar, I had to let that go. Secondly, I think a pardon would be personally fulfilling, and it would provide substantial relief to me in terms of feeling like I've been forgiven by the state. I feel like my felony offenses are the worst conduct I've ever engaged in, and I'm still filled with shame and guilt about that. I think that if I'm granted a pardon, it could be an example for others with convictions, and it could demonstrate that with significant, hard, honest work, you can turn your life around and really achieve a better life.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I want to open it up for questions. Board members, any questions? All right, seeing none, I think that covers everything. Thank you very much, Mr. Lee, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Jared Glass. Mr. Glass. No, I saw you in the Zoom. There you are. We cannot hear you. You still look muted.
How about now?
Much better. All right,
Okay,
thank you. Turn it over to you.
Okay, my offense was I was in a bar drinking. I punched another man one time, and I immediately left and went outside. I did this, looking back at it now, I guess I was jealous. I was drunk. I was in my 20s. But when that happened, I went immediately outside. I hit him one time. My girlfriend at the time was obviously upset with me. So she drove me home. We went home. I didn't have any contact with law enforcement. until the next day they called and asked what happened and that they had a statement from Mitch McShane, who was the person I hit. And I said, I guess what he says is what happened. I was drunk. I don't remember. And I don't. At that time, I guess I was put on probation for a year, and I was put on a no drink also. I did all that. And I didn't go to jail. I think because prior to this happening, I had been a Grant County deputy, and they didn't want an ex-deputy in jail with people that I might have put there. So it was just probation. At the time this happened, I owned a bar, supper club. And I left there shortly afterwards and became a carpenter because my drinking was just getting out of hand. I quit drinking, became a carpenter. And I did that basically for 20 years. There was 3 or 4 years in the middle when I was in my 40s. I was thinking I was a little too old to be a carpenter. It was getting hard on my body. So I took a job at Millprint printing wrappers for candy bars and cheese. But I didn't like being inside working. So I went back to being a carpenter. And after I was 50, I was really too old to be a carpenter. My body couldn't take it. So one winter when I was laid off, I studied and took a test to become a realtor. And that's what I've been doing for the past 5 years. I really enjoy it. I'm pretty good at it, actually. And having the felony removed from my record would help with getting licenses as far as becoming a broker. I was able to get my realtor's license with a felony conviction, but there were a lot of hoops to go through to get it. It would make it easier if that was gone. And also I've thought about getting my appraiser's license, whichever my company, I work for Tim Slack Auction and Realty, whichever would be most beneficial to the company, I guess. Community involvement, I don't volunteer, but I do have a community garden. We raise chickens. I give away seeds to all of the neighbors and friends. The chickens, we probably give away 150 to 200 dozen eggs a year. We never charge anyone for anything out of our garden or the eggs. If any of my friends need help building walls or, cut firewood, that's how I help my community. I did try to volunteer at a pet shelter, walking dogs and doing things like that. And one of the questions on the application was, have you ever been convicted of, I don't remember how the exact words were, but a violent offense. So I didn't ever turn that application in to do that because I had. Now I'm married to the girl that was my girlfriend at that time. And we've been married for 24 years now. I've got 2 sons. One's a pilot, one's a dentist, and a 9-month-old granddaughter. And I feel like it's an embarrassment and a black eye to our family to have me be a felon. My mom passed away about 10 years ago, and she said, I can't believe you're a felon. It crushed her. And I would just like to have it taken off my record if possible.
Thank you, Mr. Glass. I want to see if board members have any questions for you. Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Glass. So did you work for the Grant County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, I did.
And were you a law enforcement officer at the time of this crime?
No,
So what did you do for the Sheriff's Department?
I was a deputy for 3 years there. And to be honest, I handled 11 death acts investigations my last year. I was 22 or 23 years old. I think I was just too immature to handle what I was in.
Yeah.
And I just quit and left and did look for another job.
Yep. So what years were you with the Sheriff's Department?
91 through 93.
Okay. And I think I read in one of your letters of support, are you a beekeeper?
I have been in the past. Presently, all of my bees have died. It seems like they die on me every year.
Yeah.
The struggle. My brother and I do it together, and he managed to get 3 hives through this year. So we're still kind of going, yeah.
Okay. Just curious. Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Any other questions? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Glass, Judge Vandehey, who was the same judge that heard your case, reviewed your application for a pardon, and he supports it. How does that make you feel?
Well, obviously, it makes me feel good. I've known Judge Vandehey actually from when I was a Grant County deputy. He was an attorney. He wasn't even a judge yet. His kids grew up with my kids. His kids have been to my house. And when I got remarried, he is actually the judge that married us.
Okay.
I just got myself in one night, a big mess, and that's where it's been. And, you can't take it back once it's done.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Glass? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Glass. Appreciate your time this morning, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is Vong Lo. I believe I saw it in the Zoom. Mr. Lo, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. We're ready to hear from you. Are you clear on the
All right.
questions you're speaking to?
Yes.
All right, great. Go ahead.
All right. Good morning, Pardon Board. Thank you for taking the time to consider my pardon. My name is Vong Lo. In March of 1977, I pleaded no contest to receiving stolen property. It was a very serious crime as it involved a handgun and some alleged gang affiliation. I pled guilty and had served 60 days in jail along with 30-month probation. During the probation, I had good behavior, was never revoked or suspended, and it was discharged in 2002. During this time, I also graduated from the Fox Valley Tech College for engineering. I just want to say some of us, have hiccups in our life, and this is mine. I apologize. I understood what I did was wrong. This is why I did not waste any of the court's time and served without incidents. I've never been a gang member. I did hang out with bad people, in this case, my cousins, but my record proves otherwise. I do not have a lengthy criminal history, little to none. I was a good athlete in high school, playing football and track and field, maintained high honors academically. I got caught up with being stupid, young, and making poor judgments. I've not been in trouble ever since the incident. I've always been a role model to my friends, coworkers, family members, and most importantly, my children. I've always felt guilty and feel that I have to help and warn young teens about the dangers of growing up and hanging out with the right people in your life. I'm guilty of being dumb, committing the crime, and the choices of the poor choices I made, but I've also learned and grown and helped others stay focused on goals and on the right path in life. Excuse me. Some of my achievements after my sentence were, again, I did graduate from the Fox Valley Tech with associates in engineering with high honors. I've been happily married to the same woman for my wife for 28 years plus, raising 3 children. put them through college, and ultimately laying one down to rest. In 2015, I became a U.S. citizen. I created a business, and I'm also the vice president to numerous groups, building strong community relationships, being Hmong through business and network mentorships. I've earned numerous achievements and degrees in licensing and financing. And I volunteer every year for the Salvation Army Distribution Network and the Drive for the Cure for Cancer. I ask you to please grant me the pardon because it's required for state licensing in Florida/Wisconsin or anybody else for financial services and MLS. My record does not allow me to get my license, and I was told I need to be pardoned for me to be even considered. I've spent a good amount of cash just trying to figure this out in the process, and this is one of my last major hurdles. I also travel a lot for work, and having clearance or TSA clearance is also beneficial. Last but not least, I would also like to my Second Amendment rights restored. It's cliche to say it's been a long time, but there's a point in life, and I'm asking for forgiveness at this time. I live in Florida, so I would like the chance to defend my home, my loved ones, if there was ever a threat. And I ask you to consider pardoning me, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe. Questions from the board? Cindy.
Yeah, a couple of questions, Mr. Lowe. So in your statement of the crime, you talk about your cousin gave you a gun. You knew you weren't of legal age to own one. You knew it was stolen, but you still took it.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Okay. But it was your car that was driven to the store that was broken into. Is that right? And you drove the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So did you know, I mean, you knew you were going to this store to steal guns and you drove your vehicle there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the stolen guns were also, some of them were secured in your home?
Just one.
Just the one that was given to you?
Yes.
Other co-defendants said that a number of the weapons were given to you to hold.
No, I only received one.
Okay. As part of the application process, and you certainly know it because you've been before this board before, it's strongly encouraged that letters of support be submitted, but you did not submit any letters of support. Can you tell us why not?
I didn't have the chance to ask, and I know this is my second time, and I think when I was applying for this, my business was suffering, so I had to concentrate a lot of my work time with that, so I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Lowe, I remember your application from the first time, and you continue to be a very positive member of the Hmong community and have really good civic credentials. What is still a problem for me here is that your co-defendants say that you were the leader of the Asian Royal Clan gang, and you deny that.
That is correct.
Who should we believe and why?
Just like how I had stated, if I haven't had a record, if you look at my cousin's records, and these are family members that I grew up with. So if you look at the gentlemen that were involved, they pointed all the finger to me. And so I was the oldest of the group by like a year or two. And, you know, like I had told you, you know, I was a great student. I was a good athlete. I didn't have a record. And to answer your question, even afterwards, I don't, you know, I was hardly, I don't talk to these folks. And so I feel like they're trying to pin something on me, but in reality, to prove myself, I don't have a record before. I don't have a record after. If you compare statements before and after, I'm pretty sure the fellas that were involved still have a lengthier record, or they still continue to do what they do. I don't put myself, or I don't involve myself with those folks anymore. I don't talk to them. There's no affiliation. Did that answer your question?
It's an answer. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Lowe? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Lowe. Appreciate your time this morning, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Laura Haas. Ms. Haas? Ms. Haas, if you are on the phone, we cannot hear you. All right, Ms. Haas, we'll try reaching out to you if you're having tech troubles. Hopefully we can resolve those. In the meantime, we'll move on to our next applicant, Andrea Stein. Ms. Stein?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for inviting me here today. Words can't express the amount of gratitude I feel. I wrote notes because I am pretty nervous and just want to make sure that I am able to convey everything I want to. So in 2007, I chose to break into someone's house and steal their belongings. Before talking about the actual crime, I want to talk briefly about my relationship to the victim. Peter Ishmael was my landlord. He was a really nice man who owned a duplex. He lived downstairs and decided to rent me the upstairs. He knew I had been criminally convicted earlier that year and that I was a drug addict. He was just trying to give me a chance to kind of start over. On December 2nd of 2007, I invited people over to my apartment. We were drinking and taking Xanax. At this time in my life, I had a terrible drinking problem and was abusing prescription pills. I broke into Mr. Ishmael's lower apartment with someone else, and we took a bunch of his personal property, a computer, change jar, PlayStation, Playboy magazines. My decision to do this made absolutely no sense. That's actually a great way to describe the crime, senseless, pretty much. It is true that I was 20 years old only, but just because of that, I mean, I knew right from wrong at that time. And especially when it came to stealing from another person, I take full responsibility for the crime. At the time I was on probation for battery, I was revoked and sentenced to 6 months. Then I was sentenced for this new felony by Judge Barry. He sentenced me to 5 years probation with a 6-year prison sentence stayed. I was also given 10 months conditional sentence that was put on hold if I went to treatment. My family paid for me to go to Nova drug treatment, and I was able to leave jail for rehab. I was only there for 14 days when I walked out and I started getting high again. Ultimately, I went to prison in May of 2011 for this crime. I hate to admit this, but I didn't take it seriously at all. I wasn't ready, and here's what I mean. I was not going to change until I was ready to change. It didn't matter what consequences I faced. Prison, jail, burning bridges with loved ones, getting involved with scary people, being raped, overdoses. None of these terrible consequences were enough to convince me to stop using. I was released from prison a few years later, and I wish I could tell you that at that point I was ready to change, but I still was not. I still had extended supervision. I got out, and even though drugs had basically ruined my life, I still went back to using again. In 2013, I stole from Kohl's and ended up back in prison on my same sentence for the burglary. I got out in a year and a half and finally wanted to change my life. I went back to the Nova Treatment Center in Oshkosh, but this time I actually completed the program. It wasn't easy and things were not perfect. I had a relapse after completing treatment, but I finally had the desire to be sober and the desire to stay sober. I had tools from treatment to help me achieve that goal. In 2015, I finally finished my sentence for the burglary and was discharged from extended supervision. I'm a parent now, and I cringe at the thought of how I was living. living when I was an older teenager and young adult. I often think about how I would feel if one of my kids became a drug addict and lived like I used to, and it absolutely terrifies me. If I could change the choices I made, I absolutely would. I am deeply sorry to Peter Ishmael. In 2019, I actually was able to reach out to him, and this man had been so unbelievably kind to me more than a decade earlier. As you know, one of the 12 steps of recovery is making amends for the harm we caused other people. Mr. Ishmael was one of the first people I had to make amends to. When I messaged him, he was very open to messaging with me. I was able to apologize for what happened. He accepted my apology. It was one more kindness that Peter Ishmael showed me. Although I wasn't sure that I deserved his forgiveness, I can tell you that it was a great feeling to hear him say he forgave me. I would like to tell you about my life now, which is very different than in my teens and early 20s. My 3 children are my pride and joy. Stuart and Olive are 5 and 6 years old. Vincent, Daniel Stein was just born, actually, February 29th, little leap year baby. The love I have for my children was even possible. Parenthood has motivated me to be a role model. I want to teach them how to live an honest life. The 12-step program has been the biggest factor in changing my life. I'm so grateful for the program, support that program so much. Without the program, I wouldn't be where I am today. It was in this program that I gained a new perspective on life and started learning how I can be the best version of myself so I could be the best wife and mother, friend, daughter, all of that. My foundation in recovery was built there, and it will remain there for the rest of my life. Once I was sober, I became part of something called hospitals and institutions and was able to go into treatment facilities and Waukesha County Jail and run 12-step meetings with people who are still struggling. For myself, I currently attend 2 meetings per week. I have a sponsor. I am a sponsor to other women. I'm so grateful to have that as a part of my support system. Sorry, a few other things. My internship are 2 of the most positive things I've engaged in since my release. I interned at Meta House. It's a treatment center that allows women to bring their children. That was for my associate's level degree. I also interned with Child Protective Services for my bachelor's degree. This taught me so much. I worked in the field and provided direct services to children and parents. Ultimately, I decided that emotionally, I could not handle working for CPS right now, but I do hold a special place in my heart for people who do this work. Outside of schooling, I am a business owner. My husband and I opened a hardwood flooring business in 2018. We are a 5-star rated business on Google and Thumbtack. We make a decent income and support our family with it. We pay our taxes and we follow all rules for owning a business. My ultimate goal is to have a career in the criminal justice system doing some kind of social work. I worked very hard to explain my felony on job interviews. I know that getting pardoned would help me do that more easily. I also know that a pardon would allow me to apply to certain jobs I cannot apply to currently. There is a shortage of people who work in the social work field, and I want to be able to fulfill that need to be of service to other people. I think that I offer a unique perspective because I have struggled with many of the same things my clients deal with. I also hope that if I am pardoned, I can show others that there is hope. A person who becomes rehabilitated and exits the prison system can be forgiven by the state of Wisconsin. This was not always the case. Again, I want to thank you guys for taking the time to listen to me, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stein. Any questions from the board? Cindy.
Good morning, Ms. Stein. Thanks for sharing. And,
Morning.
this isn't always the easiest forum for people.
Not at all. Oh my goodness.
Thank you for that. Just a couple of questions on, just want to get an update. Did you complete school? Because I think at the time of the application, you were attending UW Milwaukee. You still in school? Are you done, or where are you at?
So I'm a senior right now. My son was actually born with like some problems, and we knew that prior to him being born. And I was actually enrolled in school still at that point. And then I made the decision to stop just because of his upcoming surgeries and whatnot. But I am prepared to be starting back in the fall because I'm so close to finishing. And I'm just like, I just want to get this bachelor's degree. So I do plan on going back and finishing it.
Okay. And are you getting a bachelor's in criminal justice or a different field or?
I'm getting a bachelor's in social work, and then I plan to go right on to my master's because they actually offer a dual program there where it's master's and criminal justice at the same time. So,
okay.
Yeah.
And just to follow, I saw in your application, I don't know if you did an internship at DCF.
Yes.
Okay, so that you're not employed there. That was just a temporary thing. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions, Judge Kremers?
Good morning. Can you tell me how much restitution you paid?
I paid all of it. I know that.
$53,000?
Oh, $53,000? No, I did not pay $53,000. I paid what was.
That was the previous applicant that we skipped over, Jeff.
I was going to say, I don't think
sorry,
I owe it.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Thank you.
I was like,
Big
53,000.
mistake there. Yeah, sorry. That was,
Oh my gosh, I almost had a heart attack.
yeah, I just have these in order and I didn't
Yeah.
flip the page. I'm sorry. Sorry for skipping you there. So no, I
that's okay.
don't have any questions then.
Reverend Hancock.
Well, how's your son doing?
He's doing good. He had something called, it's called metastatic craniocytosis. With his skull, it fused together early in my womb, actually. So he's got an upcoming surgery on June 4th, and he's going to be having like an open skull surgery. So, yeah, keep him in your prayers. But that's where we're at with that right now.
Okay. Wow. And we asked for the district attorney's office who heard your case to review your application. And the Kenosha County DA's office sent a very positive letter in support of your application. How does that make you feel?
Wow, that makes me feel really wonderful. Actually, I was really not nervous about what they would say. My judge had committed suicide, and I was really unsure how you guys were going to be able to talk to anybody. And that sorry, I'm rambling. It makes me feel great that they did that.
All right, I'll tell you what they said. A pardon further propels that positive redemptive story and the potential to inspire others to make changes in their lives and in their past.
Wow, that's powerful. Yeah, that's exactly what I want to do. So, I mean, it feels great to hear that they see that in my application. And yeah, that's just wonderful. Thank you for sharing that with me. I appreciate that.
Any other questions for Ms. Stein? No? All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Stein. We appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Yeah, you guys too. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. All right, and I do believe we have Ms. Haas back on the phone with us. So Ms. Haas, if you can hear us, we're ready to hear from you.
Hello, excuse me, hello?
Hello.
Yeah, this is Lori Haas calling.
Hello, Ms. Haas. We're ready to hear from you. We're going to ask you to spend about 3 minutes speaking to those questions that we sent you in advance. If you'd like me to repeat them, just let me know and I'm happy to. And then we'll see if the board members have any questions for you.
Okay, no, I do have the questions in front of me. Thank you.
Great.
So I was convicted of theft in a business setting. Basically, through my job, I did not pay for my health insurance. I kind of padded my overtime, and I received 5 years probation. I was released after 2.5 because I paid my restitution, my fees, and followed all the rules. Since then, I have continued employment since, a couple days here and there working all 3 of my jobs. I volunteer with my boys' sporting events to carpool the kids, work concession stands, the contributions from my employer were make footwear and cold weather and socks. And we always have overstocks of samples and all this kind of stuff. So I kind of work with other volunteers, supplying them with excess socks, hats, mittens from where I work. And I take them everywhere with me. And since then, like I said before, I had never been in trouble before or since. I had a quiet life raising my boys, taking care of my husband, who had become disabled, now deceased, and now have a beautiful grandson who's the light of my life. I have always been a good member of society and always tried to do things the right way, except for this one time. And excuse me, it's still hard for me to talk about this even after all these years. I'm just so ashamed of what I did.
Thank you, Ms. Haas. We'll open it up to questions from board members. Judge Kremers.
Now I have a question. Ms. Haas, you were ordered to pay restitution in this case, correct?
Yes.
And how much restitution did you pay?
I'm trying to recall the exact amount. My employer was very, very generous. We had met privately shortly after I was charged, and I believe I paid them directly. It was $5,000 to $10,000, and the rest they told me to make sure I put in towards my kids' education. They also appeared in my sentencing hearing, a member of my employer, to support me in not being served time behind bars.
So if I understand what you're saying correctly, they acknowledged that their amount of losses was somewhere between $10,000 and $20,000 due to fraudulent overtime reporting, and another $43,000 from misuse of benefits, but they only required you to pay them back somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000.
Correct.
And then they told you, instead of paying us, I'm paraphrasing, but instead of paying us back the rest of the money that you took from us, use it for your kids' education.
Correct.
Okay. And did you pay them the $5,000 to $10,000, whatever it was?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I tried to find a copy of the cashier's check or money order, and I couldn't find it.
Okay.
But yes, I did pay that back.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions for Ms. Haas? No? All right. Ms. Haas, I think that covers everything then. Thank you very much for your time this morning, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Well, I thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to address this issue.
Thank you. All right, our next applicant is Demetria Beckham. Ms. Beckham, are you in the Zoom with us? Ms. Beckham, if you are our number on the phone, we cannot hear you.
Hello.
Hello, Ms. Beckham?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Heart stopped. Good morning.
Good morning. All right, Ms. Beckham, we're going to turn it over to you to spend about 3 minutes addressing those questions we sent you in advance, and then we'll see if the board has any questions for you. Do you have those questions, or would you like me to repeat them for you?
I have them right here.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Okay, a brief summary of my offenses is about 20 years ago. It's been so long. I may have been 16 to 20 years ago. I actually only had one child. At the time, I had committed a crime of PTAC, which is like partner to a crime of uttering, which was, I believe it was saying that my cousin used my car to do bad checks, my older cousin. do you want me to just go through each question, or should I stop there, or should I keep going?
Yeah, you can keep going unless there's anything else you want to add about the offense.
Okay, yes. So I committed this crime about 20 years ago. It was a really bad decision on my part. If you ask me why I did it, the only thing I can say is I'm the reason that I did this. I'm not in the place I was in then, and it's been such a long time that my understanding of why I did it, I could not explain it. I don't want to have any excuses for the decisions I made that day, regardless of whatever reasons that I may have thought at the time that I was doing these things. I wanted to kind of just take accountability and then move ahead to the next question, which was a brief summary of what I've done since I've committed this crime. Since I've committed this crime, I've had 5 more children. At the time, I had 1 child. I had him at 16. I was pretty young. I was trying to navigate through life at the time. I kind of navigated wrong. After this crime, I started to learn all kind of things. I enrolled in college. I attended UWM for 45 credits for nursing. At that time, I learned that I was not even eligible to be a nurse because of this crime that I committed. So I went on and took other classes, and I opened my own business. I'm the owner of D Boutique and the owner of a furniture store by the name of D Home Gallery. I also held a few jobs since then. I've actually worked for Lad Lake, working with the youth, doing trauma-informed care, being a positive role model, having positive interactions with the youth to help them go back home and reintegrate into society, with doing community service for Beckham Stadium Little League, which I recently just cleared off my student loans with that community service. It was $46,000. The Little League helped me clear up by doing that community service. I went to school for phlebotomy and obtained a national certificate. I can go anywhere in the world and do phlebotomy. Currently, I'm a medical assistant. I'm working at the hospital, and I'm also opening my own clinic. I have a brick and mortar in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I'm going in front of BOZA next month in May to try and get my license to open my own clinic. This crime that I committed is hindering me in many ways, and that's why I have went through so many different jobs trying to navigate just to get around the things that I've done that put roadblocks up for myself and my children. Mind you, the kids that I have now, they weren't even born or conceived yet, and they're suffering from my decisions that I made. As far as housing, jobs, income, better schooling. But I'm proud to say today in front of the board that I have 6 kids. 3 of those are adult males. They have no felonies. One of them is actually a soldier in the Army. He just got back from Ukraine fighting over there. I'm very proud to have 3 black male sons that do not have a criminal background. That's my major success besides my credentials that I've obtained. And I just want to make sure I'm not skipping over anything. I wrote some notes for myself. I wanted to say that as far as my background with working with the youth, that I've actually been able to detour some people from doing things. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to say this at the board, but recently my little cousin, the lady who I'm a partner to a crime with for my crime, her son actually was asking me things like how to navigate through life, and I was actually able to help him obtain the same support that I've received from the city of Milwaukee to go and get credentialing so that he can actually make good decisions and become productive and get a good job instead of being able to say, hey, you can go into the streets and do some of the things I did when I was your age. So I'm actually being productive and being a positive role model right now. I'll go to the next question, which is why do I believe that I should receive a pardon? The first reason that I believe that I should receive a pardon is just the success that I've had from my children. You know, to have these roadblocks that they had no idea of what I've done or what happened for it to affect them the way it did. I was able to, as a single mother, to actually raise them to be the opposite of what I was and to be productive in society. My son is currently HVAC. He actually owns a semi-trucking company. I got an 18-year-old over working at FedEx. Again, I just want to make a big deal about them not being felons. My second reason I have is my crime was more than 20 years ago, and I did serve my sentence. I completed my probation, and I just feel like my background is hindering me. As of right now, I've went through so many jobs because of what I've done. It's hard to get good income, great job, you know, and I'm because of those things that I've done, and with my lab that I'm opening. It'll be hard for me to go to the next level as far as being able to accept insurance companies for billing or to have patients through the insurance company, as well as using my name for my children to be able to do certain things. Like I can't go on field trips, I can't go to the schools, certain things I'm excluded from as a parent, and I don't know how to explain those things to my kids. I have a 5-month-old currently, a 2-year-old, and a 12-year-old who's currently in my home. And it would be nice just to have a fresh start with them. I don't know if I'm leaving out anything, but I wanted to say that I appreciate the board's time, and I wanted to thank everyone who allowed me to have this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Beckham. Let's just pause and see if there are any questions from the board. Cindy.
Yes, good morning, Ms. Beckham. As part of the application process, it's not required, but applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support for their application, and you did not submit any letters. Can you tell us why not?
I don't know why there isn't a letter up there. I actually sent over a letter when I did my application from the Milwaukee Police Department from a liaison who works there, who helped me navigate through some community conflicts that have come abreast while I've been conducting business out of my store. I applied for an expungement first, so I don't know if it got kind of like mixed up in the legal or if I did not attach it. But if I can actually email it over. I also emailed over a letter showing that I cleared off $46,000 of my student loans and a picture of myself in my new work uniform.
Thank you.
Judge Kremers.
Good morning. You have 2 sons, is that right?
I have 3.
3 sons. And have you been to a shooting range with any of them?
I cannot take them to a shooting range. Their big brother has taken them to shooting ranges. I have been able to do other things with my children. My name stops me from participating in certain things with my kids. So I cannot shoot with them.
Because it looks like there was a post on Facebook of you saying, me and my son arguing at the gun range because they be making me shot big boys.
No, they were shooting at the gun range. I cannot shoot. If you watching the video, I'm not shooting. They were shooting.
No, but did you take them there?
I actually dropped them off. Their big brother took them. Their brother who's in the Army, who I just spoke about. I just dropped them off.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Reverend Hancock.
The Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office supports your application for a pardon. How does that make you feel?
I feel I'm like excited. I'm actually appreciate the support because again, I have been going above and beyond to make sure that I do make positive decisions and I make sure that I don't do anything else to affect my kids or myself to, just to have a regular life, to be able to get whatever job I want, to open up anything that I want. So I appreciate that. I wasn't aware of it.
Thank you.
Other questions for Ms. Beckham? Just one for me, Ms. Beckham. You mentioned you're opening a clinic or a lab. I know that you said you're doing phlebotomy, but could you just tell us a little bit more about what that is?
Okay, so I've actually I've had this store location as a brick and mortar for about 20 years in the community, and I'm opening up my own biodiagnostics and certifications laboratory. So in my laboratory, I'll be doing drug testing, DOT testing, DNA testing, EKG, any kind of medical labs that needs to be done, TBT testing, which people use to get jobs. As far as certifications, I'm trying to be able to do BLS, that's basic life support for healthcare workers, training. I'll be the instructor, CPR instructor, also teaching phlebotomy classes.
Interesting, thank you. All right, any other questions from the board? None? All right, thank you very much, Ms. Beckham. Appreciate your time this morning, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
All right, our next applicant is Trevor Polinsky. Mr. Polinsky, I don't believe I saw you in the Zoom, but if you are, please speak up. Okay, if Mr. Polinsky does join us, hopefully he will let us know. But for now, we will move on to Michael Mesmer. Mr. Mesmer, we're ready to hear from you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm a little nervous, so I wrote down my speech so I don't forget anything. My name is Michael Mesmer. I am 58 years old. 33 years ago, when I was young and foolish, at the age of 25 years old, I committed a horrible and embarrassing felony. Here's what happened. When I graduated high school in 1984, I got a job working for an airline as a ramp agent and baggage handler. After about 3 years in the airline industry, I got laid off. I started using drugs and became a partier. I was spending time with a group of people who used drugs and drank a lot. These people were not a good influence on me. I was on a path of being out of control as a young man. After a few years of using drugs, I got scared into getting sober because several people I had been spending time with started dying. Several died from overdoses and others committed suicide. It really made me realize that I must stop using drugs immediately. In November of 1991, I was living with my brother in a house that we had bought together. I was doing great by staying away from drugs. We had moved about 20 miles away from my old friends. My brother and I responded to a newspaper ad for 2 snowmobiles for sale, and we went and looked at them at a storage locker in McMan. We intended to buy the snowmobiles if we liked them. However, after we looked at them, we went back about a week later and stole the snowmobiles from the locked storage locker. I think it was my idea to steal the snowmobiles, although I don't remember this specifically. Again, I was very young and foolish. After we stole the snowmobiles, a police officer must have written down my license plate. A couple of months later, a detective from McMan Police went to my father's house where my car was registered. My brother and I confessed to the detectives that we stole the snowmobiles. When I learned that we were getting charged with a crime, I hired an attorney, and I was very surprised to hear how serious the trouble was that we were in. Hearing that we faced up to 10 years in prison really shook me. As soon as I heard this, I knew right then that I never wanted to be in that position ever again. I cooperated with the police by pleading guilty right away. I don't remember why we came up with the idea to steal the snowmobiles, but I think maybe we just saw an opportunity. I know that my immature brain never thought about the serious consequences of stealing. At that time, I didn't consider the impact on my victims either. It's hard to try and take on the mindset that I had when I was a stupid, thrill-seeking young man because it was so long ago. I was a very, very different then, and it's the most shameful, embarrassing thing I've ever done. I was sentenced to 18 months probation and to pay back restitution to the victims. I showed up at my first probation meeting and met with my probation officer, Larry. He had told me the terms of probation. I paid the full restitution. My probation went very well, and I believe I was released early from probation. My discharge papers show that I was an A case. My probation officer, Larry, even wrote me a short note to stay out of trouble. I even still have that note today. Here it is, and I included it in my application. The biggest factors that I credit with changing me are the criminal justice system, my probation officer, Larry, and my wife, Lynn, of 25 years. I have raised her 2 teenage sons like they were my own children, and they are now 45 and 46 years old. And I have 5 grandchildren and 2 great-grandchildren to look after. We have a great family business that I started about 33 years ago and a great life together. I employ about 15 people from our local community. I am very blessed and do not take for granted that things could have turned out very different for me if I had not learned my lesson about crime. Since my felony conviction, I have participated in some charity events like Big Brothers, Big Sisters, Coats for Kids, City of Cudahy, and the Cudahy Police Department, and others. I volunteer my time to help teach people how to start and run a successful business. It gives me pleasure to help other people and share what I have learned. I'm also into reading and watching self-help, positive, and motivational books, and I enjoy audiobooks on personal growth. I have also learned a lot about the Bible, and I continue to study the Bible and learn more about it all the time. Reading and studying the Bible gives me a feeling of fulfillment and a purpose in life. I feel it is good spiritual food and very positive for life in general. I am seeking a pardon because my felony conviction has restricted my business from doing any kind of government work or the ability to do work in government buildings. I have also been turned down for several vendor programs. Like an example would be Home Advisor. And then just last month, we applied for a vendor program called Homey, and they turned me down as well. In the past, I've also been denied permits and licenses from several different cities, which held me back from growing my business and hiring more employees from my local community. I've also been unable to pass background checks for other aspects of my business. This has also restricted me from obtaining additional work. Another very important issue is personal for my family. My wife, Lynn, is Canadian, and she still has almost all of her family in Canada. And my felony conviction restricts me from entering Canada to visit Lynn's aging mother and other family. I fear being turned away at the border and having to go back at the border when my support is needed. My wife, Lynn, and I also like to travel to other countries, and I fear being turned away at those borders as well. I'm 58 and my wife Lynn is 68, and we want to travel more. We don't know when that last day will be as we get older. Thank you all very much for listening about my past, and thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Mesmer. Questions from the board? All right, I think that covered everything then. Thank you, Mr. Mesmer. Really appreciate your time this morning, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, you as well.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Mr. Brian Pariter. Who I thought I just saw on the Zoom. Mr. Pariter?
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. Am I pronouncing your last name correctly?
Pariter.
Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Thank you for hearing me today and giving me this opportunity. My name is Brian Parmiter, and I live in Ellsworth. 39 years ago, a friend and I stole some gas and tools from several different farmhouses in our area. We were caught, and I served 30 days in jail, in the county jail, and had 5 years probation. As I knew most of the people in the families that I stole from, I asked a third party to contact them and ask them if I could give them a call to apologize. All said yes, and I was able to express my regret and was told that they appreciated the call greatly. Upon release from 30 days from jail in 1985, I continued living in Ellsworth and worked as a painter for 7 years. I, to this day, still volunteer doing painting jobs for elderly and people otherwise unable to pay the normal rates for a professional painter. After getting married in 1989, I began working for 3M, and I've been there for 33 years. I belong to the Ellsworth Rod and Gun Club, and we do volunteer work, improvement of banks, improvement of conditions for trout streams. Pheasants Forever works with us, and I have other stocking of trout and pheasants and turkeys in areas where numbers are low. I am now at an age where my grandchildren are starting to be born, and I'd like to be part of their childhood traditions, as well as some of the traditions that I had growing up. A reason I wanted to get this off my record is my daughter is now become a teacher, and I was denied a chance to come give a presentation on maple syrup production because of my felony. I think I've matured greatly since 1988 when everything was taken off. I've released from probation after 2 years and 4 months. So I was released early. I have raised a family, maintained a good job at 3M, and contributed to the community and would like to do more in the future. I think that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Parmenter. Let's see if any questions from the board. Cindy.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Parmenter. Couple of questions. So there were actually 3 burglaries, right?
Right.
Okay. And then in your application, you say that you're an avid sportsman. You've hunted and fished all my life. I have bought small hunting guns in the past without issue until a couple of years ago when I won a gun in a raffle and you weren't able to claim it. So I'm a little confused. You're still buying guns or what?
No. They changed the law in Wisconsin for the amount of felony and what purchasing a gun requires. Things changed, and my situation became a felony now that required me not to ever have any guns. So I had to get rid of all my guns. I had to, after finding out that I won a gun, I realized that I had them illegally, so I had to get rid of everything. I haven't had one now for years.
So you were under the impression that even with your burglary felony conviction from 1985, you could still own and possess guns for a period of time?
After I got off probation, my probation officer told me that he applied for what I'm applying for now, just saying that I'm a good citizen now and it's okay for me to own a gun, but apparently the new law changed everything and I'm not allowed to own anything anymore.
Yeah. Well, I'm not the lawyer on the board. I'll let the others address that, but if you're convicted, a felon can't possess firearms.
I didn't have any for several years until my probation officer said that he applied for me to get my rights back in Wisconsin for other things, everything.
Yeah, when you finish your sentence, your rights are restored to vote and some other things, but your rights to own a gun are not.
I think that the dollar limit was changed. It was lowered to say that this was a felony now. I'm not sure what happened, but when I was doing it and I didn't realize I was doing it wrong, as soon as I found out, everything was taken away. I got rid of everything.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Parmenter? Judge, is that a question?
Yeah, well, just a comment, just to sort of clear this up. It has always been the law for well before you committed your offense, that a felon cannot commit a firearm. Doesn't matter how much the firearm cost or the amount of the felony or anything else. If you're convicted of a felony, cannot possess a firearm. So the law never changed with respect to that. So I just wanted to disabuse you of that notion that somehow what you were doing at the time initially was okay, but then the law changed and you didn't know about it. And I'm not at this point saying it's your fault or blaming you. Maybe you got some bad information. The judge at the time you were convicted should have told you that you cannot possess a firearm, and that is the end of it until and unless you get a pardon from a governor that restores your rights to own a firearm. So from the day you were convicted of this, you could never have a firearm, ever. So I don't know what happened as to why you thought you could, but if I understand you correctly, once you were again told you couldn't, you got rid of all of those firearms. And just to be clear, when was that? When did you get rid of your last firearm?
Everything's been gone since 94.
Okay.
When I found out that I wasn't allowed to purchase one.
Okay. All right. That was the only question I had. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Parmenter? All right, hearing none, thank you very much for your time today, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. All right. I want to do one more call for Trevor Polinsky. Mr. Polinsky, have you joined us? Okay. Then we will move on to our last applicant of the morning session, which is Seth Scholl. Mr. Scholl?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Can you see me?
We cannot see you. We can hear you.
Will that be fine?
Can you try turning on your camera? Otherwise, we'll go ahead and just do.
We're doing it right now.
Okay, great.
There we go.
Excellent.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm Seth. I am looking to try and get this addressed. I committed burglary of a building or dwelling and criminal damage to property, entry to locked vehicle. The list kind of went on in my younger years. It was problem after problem after problem. I just kind of didn't follow the program, how things are supposed to be done. Had a ton of bad friends, not blaming it on them. It was truly my own actions. My parents ultimately and society told me that what I was doing was wrong, and I continued to do it anyway. And that's kind of how we got to where I'm at. I served roughly 4 years in state penitentiary. I was released, had a very hard time finding employment due to having to check that box on a job application. So bounced around from odd jobs, from being a farmer, working at a fiberglass company, to ultimately getting a job in the auto mechanic field and going from there to meeting my wife. We've had 5 children we have 5 children, 1 grandchild's her birthday today. We ended up opening up our own business about 10 years ago. It had been 10 years this January, and have pretty much moved on that route. And we've become a successful member of our community. We now have the contracts to service our local municipality squad car vehicles, maintenance trucks, snow plows, and whatnot. We're trying to get this addressed because me and my family, we like to travel. We've been to Prague, we've been to Spain. We had a trip planned to go to Australia, and my IMEI account was denied, and my wife and children's were approved due to my background. And I'm just trying to get that addressed. I have a daughter that is in high school. She's a freshman in high school. She's attempting to be on the high school trap shooting team. So at this point, she has to go with other people's parents. Can't be with me because I'm not allowed to be there. So that's pretty much my story. I'm not good at selling myself. I'm about as nervous as it gets. Anything else for me?
We'll just go ahead and see if board members have any questions for you. Anyone have questions for Mr. Scholl? All right, hearing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Scholl. I think that covers it then, and we will hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, one last call for Mr. Polinsky. Looks like he was not able to join us today. Okay, that is the end of our morning applicants. So at this point, I will entertain a motion to move the board into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute 19.85 sub 1 sub A, D, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases before the board for the purposes of considering specific applications and financial, medical, social, or personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Judge Kremers?
I'll second.
Cindy, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, and with that, we will go ahead and move into closed session because the ayes have it.
Mel, are we off Wisconsin Eye and live stream?
Not yet, so I'll ask everyone to just give us a minute to remove anyone or put folks back in the waiting room and stop the live stream, and we'll pick back up as soon as that is done. Looks like everyone is connected to audio, so we'll go ahead and get started. Good morning, everyone. Jillian, can you mute yourself? Your replay. Thanks. Let me know if that means that the YouTube is off.
Okay, sorry. The live stream is off. I had it in like 2 tabs, so sorry for the back play.
That's okay. I always do that. Okay, so WISA is out. Let's see. It does still say custom live streaming service at the top.
Yeah, same.
Okay, give me one
Yeah, we
second
still need to turn it off from
sure.
Zoom.
We'll give folks just a couple more seconds here to get connected to audio and all that.
You're all on that, okay? They can hear you, they can see you.
Okay, I think we've got most folks in now. So I'll ask my team to just let me know once we've confirmed that the live stream is working.
There we go. Oh.
Oh, now I hear stuff.
All right, if folks can bear with us for just a second, we're having some tech issues. Okay, I think we're just gonna need another minute to get our live stream sorted out here.
I think we are live, Mel. It looks good.
Excellent. Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. We'll go ahead and get started. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the Chair of the Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to go ahead and introduce my fellow board members. We'll do a quick housekeeping update, and then we will go ahead and get started hearing from applicants this afternoon. So with us today on the Zoom are board members, including Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project and previously served as a public defender and deputy district attorney. We have board member Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who served as Milwaukee County Circuit Judge for 26 years, including as Chief Judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. We have Reverend John McVicker Sr., who is the founding pastor of Christ the King Church in Milwaukee. He additionally serves as the board chairman for King's Academy Christian School. And we have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the deputy secretary of the Department of Corrections under Governors McCallum, Thompson, and Doyle. She also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. And we have board member Myrna Warrington, who is the director of vocational rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation. She is a U.S. Army vet and has been a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for over 15 years. Those are our board members today. We do have this hearing streaming live on both Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. We'll ask all of our applicants to please mute yourselves and turn off your video until it is your turn to be heard by the board. That will allow us to make sure we have good audio quality and that the board can focus on the person who is presenting. If you do run into any IT issues, someone from my team will reach out and troubleshoot with you, and we can get your Zoom and your phone working as needed. We will call applicants up in the order that's listed on the agenda and open meetings notice. And if your tech isn't working when it's your turn, we will come back to you as needed. So each applicant will have about 5 minutes to present to the board. We will ask you to spend the first 3 minutes of that time giving us an overview of the questions that were sent to you in advance. So as a reminder, those 3 questions were to give us a brief summary of your offenses and how your sentence went, a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including community involvement and employment, and third, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you believe the governor should grant you one. So please keep that summary to 3 minutes so that we can use the remaining 2 minutes to get to any questions that the board has for you. We may or may not have questions. Sometimes everything is covered in your application, but if board members do have questions, we want to make sure we have the information needed to make a recommendation to the governor. Once you're done answering questions, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing if you'd like. And once everyone has heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor for a pardon. You need a majority support of members present for your application to go to the governor. He will then make a final decision about granting or denying a pardon, and you will hear about the outcome of today's hearing about a month or 2 from now, either way. So with that, we will go ahead and get started with our first applicant of the afternoon, which is Mr. Mark Protzman. Mr. Protzman, we're ready to hear from you.
Okay, I think
Mr. Protzman, we can't see you. We can hear you, but your video is not.
Yeah. Okay. Should come up here. Maybe. I clicked on it. There we go.
Okay, Mr. Protzman, it looks like it's not working. Why don't we just go ahead and do audio only, and you can go ahead and start answering those 3 questions.
Okay. As far as good afternoon, everybody. As far as my offense and my hearing, offense was myself and another gentleman had broken into a garage and tried to steal some audio equipment out of a vehicle.
Mr. Protzman, you're breaking up a little bit. Are you on cell service or on Wi-Fi?
Online.
Okay, that sounded a little bit better for a second. Can you just say a sentence for me?
Sure. How's everybody doing today?
Okay, that sounds a little bit better. If I break in and cut you off again, it's because we're losing you. So, but let's go ahead and just have you start from the top.
Okay. My breaking into
Mr. Protzman, I'm sorry. We're just not able to understand you. The video, or sorry, the audio quality is just really bad. I'll tell you what, why don't we have someone give you a call? So you're gonna get a incoming call from someone on our staff, and we'll try patching you into the Zoom that way, and we'll just come back to you after the next applicant, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So staff will try giving Mr. Protzman a call, and in the meantime, we will hear from our next applicant, which is Daryl House. Mr. House, are you on the Zoom with us?
Are you able to hear me and see me?
I can hear you. I can't yet see you.
It says it's on. I can see my face.
There we are. Perfect.
Okay.
Go ahead.
How's everything going?
Good.
Good. Making sure you can hear my audio as well, like unlike the last guy. Okay. Should I just get into it, or?
Yeah, so you have the 3 questions that we asked you to answer. If you want to spend about 3 minutes summarizing those, and then we'll see if there are questions.
Absolutely. Okay. Okay, so back in 2005, I was convicted of burglary and sentenced to 6 months in jail, an extensive chemical dependency evaluation, and followed through with outpatient treatment, along with 3 years probation. During this time, there was a lot of soul searching that took place, and I knew that if I continued on this path, the rest of my life would just look like that. So took a lot of time reflecting at that time. I was young and dumb. I learned throughout that sentence and throughout that probation and all the treatment that I had, I needed to change, and something needed to change big time so I can get my life back on track. And since I've completed that, been nearly 20 years since this happened. And I had been employed in different manufacturing positions until I injured my back around 2013. Then a few years later after that, I received workers' compensation claim. I later applied for Social Security, but was denied. I have become a responsible adult, parent, and a foster parent. In 2014, I was granted protective custody of my then 5-year-old son from an abusive situation, and have kept sole custody of him since that time. In 2018, I received a call from the county. It's about 4 years after that. And I received a call from the county asking if I was able to take my son's older 2 siblings who were fleeing the same abusive situation my son encountered. After being a foster parent for several years now, guardianship of the stepchildren was transferred to me, guardianship by the state, appointed by the state through Douglas County. My oldest is actually graduating next month with honors. She plans on going to UMD for about 6 years. She's going to study law and business. And I'll go with the last one now. I feel that being granted this pardon will open many doors to different employment opportunities that give my health limitations that aren't available to me as a felon. I need knee surgery, and I have a chronic disc degeneration and a chronic pars defect in my lower back. I would love to be able to vote again. It's always been a dream of mine to be able to teach my young boys to hunt and things like that. Yeah, just in conclusion, you know, my poor choices I made in my young adulthood, they've haunted me to this day. And I really just would look at it as such a great second chance for me to move on in my life and just be able to give me a little boost in the right direction, just become a little more successful than I am currently.
Thank you, Mr. House. I'll open up to questions from the board. I have just one for you first, which is you said in your application that you're now completely sober. Is that still the case?
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
how long have you been sober?
Well, back in 2014, my best friend and my cousin passed away from cancer, and there was a couple of times that I went out after that, but since then, it's not even a thought anymore. It's no good for me. I've never looked back. It's just not for me.
Okay, thank you, and congratulations on that. Judge Kremers.
Good afternoon, sir. A couple of things. First, a comment. You are able to vote. You've been able to vote since you finished your sentence. So you don't need a pardon to be able to vote in Wisconsin. Second, according to my review of the records here, it looks like there was a period of time where you were in absconder status, and then also your probation was revoked. Why was your probation revoked?
That might have been from an earlier thing, because I was on probation, I think, I was supposed to be a year when I was like 17. And that was before all of this happened. I was still in a very poor mind state, an emotional, intelligent mind state.
Okay. So on this case, on the felony that you got 3 years probation for, you successfully completed that probation without being revoked?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And you were ordered to pay about $2,600 in restitution, and did you pay that?
Yeah, that was a part of my my probation thing. I had to complete the payback before they would let me off of that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Cindy.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. House. As part of the application process, it's encouraged but not required that applicants submit letters of support, and you did not submit any. Can you tell us why not?
Oh, I definitely could have gotten one from my mother or family members. I guess I must have missed that part. That's on me. I did not realize that. I do apologize about that. I could have gotten a lot.
Well, those are always helpful for the board to see that people that are
Yeah,
close to you in your life, and whether it's family or employers or whatever, but
yeah.
okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I have a lot of support from my family as well, and they know where I'm at, and they're so happy I am where I am now compared to where I was 20 years ago. So
I'm sure.
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Reverend Hancock has a question.
Can you talk about your relationship with your son and foster kids?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. So my son is the youngest sibling. I met his mother around the time of this happening, in 2005 or so, as when we got together. And at that time, my oldest, who I consider my foster kids, my kids, because I've been in their lives, their entire life. So when I met her, her daughter was only, I believe, 8 months old when we got together. And then we had split up, and she had another child with another man, and we got back together around that time. And I've been in those two older siblings' lives since then. And in 2009, she ended up pregnant with my child. So they're my son's half brother and half sister. And so what was it, 2014, we had split up. We had just gotten married, and it was a terrible idea. We ended up splitting up, and a couple months after that, the county had called me, or actually I called the county because I picked my son up one day, and he had some visible things on him that I had to report. And that's when all that started to transition into him being with me full time. We had to go to a bunch of court dates for that. And my ex, she couldn't complete any of the things that they were requesting for her, whether it be anger management, things like that. So then ultimately he just came to stay with me after that. So for a few years I had him, and then, you know, the other time was in 2018. The fall of 2018, I think it was in November, I got a call from the county saying that they had my son's siblings in custody because they removed them from the home, and wondering if I could take them. So that's how that whole transition played out.
And are they still with you?
Yes, absolutely. My oldest, and Shaylee, she's 18 now. She graduates next month, May 31st. She's graduating with honors. She's a scholar. I mean, she's going to UMD. She wants to study law. She's grade point average of like 3.7, 3.8 on average. My boys are more like B or C students. They're doing their best. They're really into sports. My middle child, unfortunately hasn't been able to play basketball the last couple of years because he broke his arm right before the season happened, and then he broke his leg right after, like a few months before the season happened. So we're trying to get him back up and healthy and get him back up into sports as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Great. Thank you very much, Mr. House. Really appreciate your time with the board today, and hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you. You guys as well. Have a good day.
Thank you. And I believe we have Mr. Protzman back on the phone now, so hopefully we can get some better audio. Mr. Protzman, we'll turn it over to you.
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. And do you know the 3 questions that you'll be speaking to, or would you like me to repeat those?
No, I have them in front of me.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My offense happened in 1990, I believe it was 1990. Me and another gentleman had broke into a garage to steal some car audio equipment out of the back of a SUV. I was responsible for opening the garage door, and from there, we had gone to court. When we went to court, my family was there. Some of my friends had showed up in support, because that was, to me, it just showed me that, you know, people actually cared about me. You know, I was born with a cleft palate, and my childhood was not that great. People are cruel, but anyways, it kind of gave me a mindset of, you know, I didn't really care about a lot. But I did get past all that. I ended up on probation and had to pay restitution, I believe. After my probation officer met me, like third or fourth time, he had told me, you know, like, I don't think you're this type of guy. I don't think that you're going to do this kind of thing again. Which, that was, again, you know, like, making me feel like I'm better than that, you know. Since then, I bounced around from factory to factory. I had a child in 1994, my son, and our relationship, his mom's and my relationship lasted a little while. She was an alcoholic. So I don't know. I couldn't stay there. So in 95, I was pretty much done with all the factory work and that type of situation, and had gotten into construction, where I became a drywall finisher. And it came natural to me. I was really good at it, and I did that for a long time, union and non-union. Made quite a few friends, and during that time, taking care of my son on the weekends and having him as much as I possibly could to get him out of the environment that he was in at home with his alcoholic mother and abusive stepfather. So that was not a good deal. In 2009, I moved to South Dakota, where I had gotten a job doing concrete. I loved doing that kind of physical labor. It kept me in shape and kept me out of trouble. Not that I got into a lot of trouble or anything, I'm just saying. But so since then, got back into finishing drywall. Took me a little bit to figure out what was what in South Dakota and who to work for and stuff like that. So then I was living in Sioux Falls. Got back in the drywall business for a few years, and just about 3 or 4 years ago, I had gotten my CDL and started driving tractor and trailer. I took a class at Western Iowa Tech here in Sioux City, and that's where I met Rod Herron, the guy that wrote my recommendation letter. super nice guy, really good people. So I've been driving a tractor trailer since then. Second shift, 4 days a week. I have 3 days off to spend with my fiance and her 3 children every week. We have a great family. Everybody's into sports. I was never really that much into sports until I met her and just started going with the flow, and I love it. I work out every other day, yeah, living the good life. I like it a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Protzman. I want to open up to the board and just see if folks have any questions for you. Board members, any questions for Mr. Protzman? No, all right. I think your application covered it all then. Thank you very much, Mr. Protzman. Appreciate your time this afternoon, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, thank you. You all too.
Thank you. All right, our next applicant is Amanda Honeysett. Ms. Honeysett, we are ready to hear from you.
Can everyone hear me?
Absolutely.
Perfect. So I just wanted to ask if it was all right if I read something I prepared beforehand. I'm not very good at getting my words out there, so I want to make sure it was all set together here. So if you see me looking to the side here, that's what I'm doing. I just wanted to start off with saying good afternoon, and thank you for the chance to be here. This is a very challenging task for me to do. Although I've been waiting for this moment and practicing the best way to prevent myself, I am ashamed of my past and who I once was, so please bear with me. I was charged in 2012 of a theft of a movable property. At this time, I had a partner who was about a year younger than myself. He was unemployed, liked to skip school a lot, enjoyed the social scene. I believe it all started one weekend. My partner at the time wanted to go out and party, and we didn't have any cash at the time. And he told me he was going to take care of it. We were driving around, and he exited my vehicle. He came back 20 minutes later and got in the front seat with a backpack he did not have prior to getting out. He had taken the backpack from an unlocked vehicle's back seat. It had contained 2 firearms inside. He tried to sell them to obtain the funds for the weekend with drinking and partying. At this time, he did not have a phone, so the pictures were taken on my personal cell phone of the handguns in our possession. I do know what we did was wrong, and I do regret the decisions I made when I was younger. I was on misdemeanor supervision at the time, and my probation officer was notified of my partake in the activities. I was placed in Rock County Jail for the first time in my life. Absolutely terrifying, I might add. I am ashamed that I did not do the right thing, and I do look at my daughter and my children every day and hope that they don't make the same type of mistake that I did. I was charged with a felony. I sat 6 months. I believe it was 3 with good time, or about 4 months with good time. And then I was out on the bracelet for the remainder of my sentence. I was placed on felony supervision after that for the crime. I do want to state that it's very hard to align the person I was, a troubled teen, with the caring mother and partner I am now. I don't speak of my past, and I haven't since it happened, which is very hard. But I would like to note that I am very remorseful of my actions every day, and it does not cross my mind. I mean, it has not crossed my mind every day since. My past has haunted me for years, and I do apologize to anyone that I did hurt with my past actions. I'm a biological mother to a daughter and have 2 sons I love my own as well. Since I've been on the path to maintaining a healthy, normal lifestyle, I've had the wonderful opportunity to experience motherhood. I wanted more for my daughter than what I had to offer her at the time. I pursued my dreams of joining the dental field. Growing up, oral health wasn't much of a priority to the kids and the people around me. I took it upon myself when I was younger to educate myself on proper oral care. I've been in the dental field for about 8 years now and have never looked back. I am the happiest I've ever been. Since my application has been handed in, I've obtained a position with the Health Net of Rock County. I work with a wonderful program. It's called Seal a Smile. My job title is an outreach assistant. Our mission and goals are to teach kids how to prevent decay before it leads to long-term health issues. We practice and show ways for the kids to strengthen daily oral habits. We perform oral exams, place fluoride varnish, and place sealants on first and second molars for the kids that have their adult molars. We care for kiddos in the program at their designated schools. We bounce between 15 K through 12 locations within the school year. Our goal is 3 visits per child, although we may only reach some schools for 2 rounds of assessment. I'm absolutely blessed that I stepped into a position that allows me to help others. I've always had the passion for helping people around me, and I never imagined I'd be in a wonderful position to help the kids in my community, including my own children, family, and friends of the family's children as well. I've applied for the pardon for a number of reasons. I have found working as an assistant is amazing and rewarding in itself, but as I explored my options, I often dream of going back to school to become a dental hygienist. At this time, it's just a dream that feels too far to grasp. I would like to feel confident and comfortable with never explaining this rough time in my life where I didn't make the best decisions. I'd like to mention I am in love with the outdoors. This includes hiking, fishing, and hunting. I share my love for these hobbies with our children and my partner. I would love for someday to be able to teach my children how to hunt and harvest with a firearm. We have taught them how to shoot a bow for a few years of practice now, and they're all amazing. I'm hoping to be able to put my past to rest and be able to attain my right to bear a firearm. I do want to be the one to teach my children something I was not taught. I do not come from a family who hunted and harvested their own food. I do believe it does teach one a finer understanding of the circle of life, where food comes from, and the importance of always thinking of safety first. Last but not least, I have always had the dream to travel. I may not have the funds at this time, but when I do obtain enough to be able to provide my family with that experience, I hope to not be limited to certain destinations. I understand countries have limits on who they allow to enter, and I pray one day to put all this behind me and continue to living this life I've worked hard to maintain. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about my incident, and I appreciate the time I've had to explain my circumstances. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Honeysett. I'll just see if there are any questions from the board. Cindy.
Good afternoon, Ms. Honeysett. A couple of questions. I noticed from your judgment of conviction, when you were convicted in February of 2013, the judge noted that you could petition for expungement upon successful completion of probation. But you had some problems on probation. You were extended twice. So can you talk about why you were extended and why you didn't take advantage of this opportunity when you were sentenced?
I did go back to have it expunged, and it was expunged. I think at the time, I mean, there was a time where it did get extended because I had a slip up on my 21st birthday, and I had a very understanding, probation officer. She was very understanding and worked with me. I think I did a little bit of bracelet time as, punishment. I'm just trying to remember back that far, to be honest with you, but I did get it taken off when I was done paying all my fees and stuff. So I did have the chance for expungement, and it was expunged. I don't know at the time what had happened or what I did.
Okay.
I know that the one part, it was my birthday and I did drink. I wasn't supposed to. I drank and I ended up getting in trouble. So, yeah.
Were there new criminal charges from that or not?
I can't remember at this time. I wasn't sure if they were dropped.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I can't recall.
That's fine. It's a long time ago. I know. It's a long time ago. But you're saying, so you did go back and get this expunged?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I did.
Okay.
It was kind of hard to get all the correct paperwork I needed for petitioning for the pardon.
And then you report in your application that you are sober.
Yes, ma'am.
So how did you get sober and how do you stay sober?
Well, first of all, I was never really an addict. I like to smoke pot and drink here and there as a teenager. So I don't consider myself as an addict. I grew up with an alcoholic father. So I didn't enjoy it as much as other kids. I like to do it if other people are around and kind of hang out, but I never fell down that hole. So, I like to use back then, but I barely drink here and there now, one or two if it's a, outing with family or friends. So.
Okay. And there's a lovely letter from your father in your packet supporting you. So I'm glad that
he let me read it, which was nice. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Honeysett. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
All right. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. All right. Our next applicant is Ms. Janie Osejo, whose name I may be mispronouncing.
Hi, Janie Osejo. It's actually okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I actually wrote, if you could bear with me, I wrote something, but I also went by the time limits that were what was sent originally. So I was trying to edit it as the other hearing were happening. So thank you, everybody. In honor of it being Second Chance Month, I would like to thank you all that are serving on the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board for this opportunity. I initially found myself engaged with the criminal justice system at the age of 28 in January 2003, where I had several counts of forgery. At the time, I was approved and I completed deferred prosecution at the time. I also thought that that would be the end of my engagement with the system. And unfortunately, 4 years later, my life kind of turned upside down after the sudden death of my dad in January of 2007. It really took a toll on my health. I didn't know at the time that I was dealing with mental health issues, but looking back, I can tell that I actually obviously was not dealing with it. And so within a couple months, I was engaged and committed crimes that began to feel like I was spiraling into a world I would never imagine I would engaged in. So in May of 2007, I originally was charged with several forgeries, uttering, which was pled down to one. I originally was placed on probation for 3 years. I thought I would do well on it. I had a good job. And within 9 months, I ended up violating my probation. I had committed other crimes, so I got revoked, and 3 extra charges, which are the 2 additional misappropriate of identification, identity theft, as I know it, and then the last one, which was the falsifying government inconsistency, the perjury case. All this came about when I was beginning to engage with other individuals who I was quickly being influenced by. I began to compare my lifestyle to theirs, which led me starting to meet and have different kind of friendships that were really unhealthy, including dating men that were not the typical men that I had been dating. And on to be honest, I liked the attention. There was some kind of, I felt like I was missing out this whole time. It's not an excuse, but looking back, I know I was lonely. I had lost my moral compass. Part of that was my dad. I was easily influenced, and it felt good after not feeling good for a while, after my dad's death. I also I re-engaged with a former client of mine that I had worked with when I was in a social service agency. It was quickly apparent that I was in the middle of a heated custody battle that she was engaged with the father of her newborn son. Um, it became a very dangerous and horrible situation. I was being followed. There was a surveillance van that was documented to have been stationed. I can't even explain what was going on. All of this was documented as the custody hearing was going on. I made a decision to try to get out of all of this. I didn't know what was going on. I had actually started talking or reaching out to my PO, didn't get anywhere there. She was not available. I actually went to 4 police stations before someone actually reached back to me. I just didn't know what to do with it. I was also scared because I was on probation. But both parties were forcing me to testify and or support them in hurting each other. What happened is I ended up lying to the police because I felt like nobody was listening to me, in which I may have misstated and exaggerated what was going on. I wound up recanting, and thus the last charge of perjury, which sent me to prison. It was something that, in the midst of everything that was going on, it was the less of two evils, right? That was happening. While I did wind up going to prison, I winded up actually foregoing boot camp while I was there to get mental health services. I got connected to one of the best psychiatrists and psychologists that I have ever met and worked with professionally and just personally. I winded up working for BSI, which is Badger State Industries. I had the opportunity to run the half pint machine, the little milk cartons at the dairy when the women's facilities was still led John Burke, which was the minimal one. And then I moved into being a forklift driver for the warehouse. But what happened was, upon my release, I did not receive the same mental health care, and I was struggling to get a job. And within 6 months, I was sanctioned for moving without prior notice or approval from my probation. What was different this time around was that I had been reaching out and working with my probation agent. She had to sanction me. But my probation agent actually tried to get me mental health services and support, and she couldn't even be, she was not successful in that sense. She soon realized that aftercare was crucial for my reentry. So it was with the help of Mom, or now known as Justine, that I got connected to Circles of Support and other services while I was in a TLP for women. After being sanctioned, I found a better paying job within 2 weeks. All this was actually documented in an article by Wisconsin Watch, which talks about convictions barring Wisconsinites from many jobs, making reentry a real struggle. And then there was another article captured. I winded up completing my 3 years of probation in August of 2013. And in 2014 was actually asked to serve on the board of directors for Justine because of my connection. I had started volunteering to now become a member on Circle of Support to support other individuals who were struggling like me when I first got out. My application has some of this, but I wanted to add some things. In 2016, I did become the bilingual resource specialist at Justine. In 2019, I was promoted to become the peer support program coordinator. Because of the work that I had done in that area, I wound up serving on several statewide and local and not nationally, but I did some talks in which it was around peer support and using best practices on how to best serve individuals dealing with mental health and substance use challenges. One of those, namely, was the Peer Support Integration Advisory Committee for Wisconsin's DHS. I was, since 2015, I did become a peer specialist and have been serving as one since then. I still serve as a consultant for the Backyard Mosaics Project. I still am on the Chrysalis Board of Directors. I winded up having to not continue my working with NAMI Dane County. I served as a panelist when they offered the crisis intervention training to law enforcement and for first responders, because I left my job at Justine in September 2003. But also in 2003, I wound up being asked to become a trainer for the state certification for peer specialists, so the curriculum. And I have co-facilitated 2 trainings since then. I'm trying to look at my paperwork of what was not on my application because this came.
Why don't you highlight 1 or 2 more things, and then I do want to make sure that folks have a chance to ask you questions.
Right. The 2 things. Well, the one thing that has mainly happened is since I left Justine, I wound up getting hired at Madison College, and I now work for the Center for Reentry Education. It's under the Second Chance Pell program. Programming that is now offering inmates or individuals in the institutions to get higher education. So we're at 8 institutions. We also provide the reentry vocational classes where guys that are on minimal at Oak Hill Correctional and Oregon can come out and actually take some cohorts on campus. So for carpentry, for electrical maintenance. So those are kind of the updates. As far as why I'm asking for a pardon, obviously it would, my background is in social work. I did not complete my master's program. It would help because the last part that I need to do is the on-site practicums that you need to do. That sometimes keeps me away from being accepted at certain agencies. I also, and as professional licensure, if I were to go back into that, also opportunities from advancing in my current employment. I tried to be an advisor, but because I have to go into the DOC, that kind of offers some complications. They have accepted me to, I have security clearance, but not at the clearance I would need. And obviously I would like to be able to find better housing and have an opportunity to travel. I have been invited and met with several people, and some of the places I can't travel to or get a visa. So in that sense, I would just like to say thank you at this time.
Thank you, Mrs. Sejo. Questions from the board? Cindy.
Yeah. Good afternoon. The 3 of the 4 felonies you're seeking a pardon for involved financial crimes.
Yes.
Misappropriation of ID, forgery,
Yes.
and it's been my experience on the board that these crimes can be really devastating to people trying to get their identity back and get their credit squared away. And you don't talk at all in your application, and you haven't here today about the impact on the victims. So can you tell us, have you thought about that and how the victims suffered as a result of your decisions?
Sure, I do. I have never, in working at Just A, obviously we've always talked about no crime is ever a victimless crime. I know that the individuals that I did hurt, they did suffer consequences, right? There's always that clearing up your stage. I actually winded up being a victim myself after and several years ago, and so I have done everything to not continue impacting other people that way. I think for my victims, there's nothing that I can do right now other than to apologize to them here. I have always taken accountability of what I did. I am But I've tried to also heal and take care of myself so that I'm not in that same situation or feel like I need to do things. And so making sure that I'm up to date on everything, right? Doing some financial classes, also making sure that, that's why I have a second job. It's why I continue to also advocate and work with individuals who have committed similar crimes. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, talking on mute. Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mrs. Sejo. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you. You all too.
Thank you. All right, our next applicant is Robert Harris Jr. Mr. Harris, do we have you in the Zoom? All right, I think not. I did not see his name, but if Mr. Harris appears, I'll ask my team to let me know and we can come back to him. Our next applicant is Randall Bagley. Mr. Bagley. Seems like we are without Mr. Bagley as well. All right, Richard Zimmerman. Mr. Zimmerman, I believe I saw you.
There we are. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. My offenses are robbery, burglary, criminal damage to property. That was back in 87, 85 and 87, both offenses, which I desperately regret. I was locked up for it. in an institution, prison. And I'm not proud of that. I hurt a lot of people on the way, including myself, obviously. Quite nervous here. Don't mind, bear with me. I've gotten my GED since then. Or, well, I was incarcerated. I got my GED. Had several jobs at like Carnes, installing carpet, cleaning carpet, janitorial, medication drop-off for innovative pharmacy services, McDonald's as maintenance, and my latest job now, I'm working with Gail. I can't pronounce her last name, but I've been with her for, what is it, 14 years or more, and I'm still there. I love it. I'm trusted with people's belongings. I have keys to everything. I help the police departments or whatever because I'm the key holder to let people in for emergencies and whatnot. And that's all I can think of right off the top of my head here. But I'd like to prove to everybody that there is hope after you make a mistake such as I did, to receive a pardon. And just the opportunity to have this happening, I'm thrilled to death. But I'd like to get this behind me all the way. My father passed away a couple of years ago, then my mother 2 years later, and then I lost my wife to pancreatic cancer. And I haven't drank since. And I know if I wouldn't have drank through that, I wouldn't drink through anything else because I don't have no urge to anyway. So I don't drink at all. No drugs, nothing like that. I'm respected. It's almost kind of comical when I walk down the street because people honk at me all the time and I'm waving to them because I know so many people. And I run into kids that were pretty young and now they're growing up and I don't remember them, but they remember me. And I was always good to them, apparently. That's what I've been told. That's all I can think of right at the moment.
Thanks, Mr. Zimmerman. We'll open it up to questions from the board. Cindy?
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Zimmerman.
afternoon.
So the crime with you and your friend entered the business and you tipped over furniture and your friend started multiple fires and there was quite a bit of damage to that business. And
Yes.
you were ordered to pay over $17,000 in restitution. And from the records I can see, you paid $33.
Yeah, I never was ordered about that amount like that at all.
So you went to...
Because I wasn't charged with arson, my friend was at the time.
Right. No, I know you weren't charged with the arson, but your restitution on your court order was $17,000. It might have been joint and several because you were both together.
Yeah.
So you went to prison and then you actually were early discharged, but
yeah. So
how does this happen that you only paid $33, I guess is my question, if you know.
I don't know. You got me dumbfounded there. I don't know how that would happen.
Okay.
I've never even heard it on my records or anything like that.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'd have paid it.
So the person who was with you at the business who set the fires, do you know what happened to them or do you have any contact with them still?
No, never since then.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Zimmerman? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Zimmerman,
yes.
You were not charged with the arson. Why did you get 5 years in prison?
Because I was out with another so-called friend and my stupidity, and I robbed a store.
Okay.
And then I realized after what I did, and of course, the rest is history. I got reeled into that, and I wouldn't give up his name because, honor amongst thieves. So the judge basically gave me the time.
And where did you do your time?
Kettle Moraine.
Okay.
In Wisconsin.
And then the Dane County DA's office reviewed your application for pardon, and they support your application. How does that make you feel?
Quite pleased. Because when I was on paper too, what is not revocation, parole, they kicked me loose because I was basically a waste of time, they said, because I wasn't doing nothing wrong.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions for Mr. Zimmerman? All right. Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Zimmerman. I appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
You too as well. And thank you very much for having this opportunity.
Of course, thank you.
All right.
All right, our next applicant is Leticia Brown. Ms. Brown, I believe I saw you on the Zoom.
I'm here on the phone line.
Perfect. All right, Ms. Brown, we'll turn it over to you. Do you have the 3 questions that you'll be speaking to, or would you like me to repeat them?
I have them. Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. So I was convicted of a felony forgery for giving someone some checks. That was in 2001. It was my first offense. I was 18 years old. I got reprimanded when I went to court that day thinking I was going home. But I was then reprimanded, ended up staying in the county jail for like 103 days, then was sentenced to 4 years probation and the restitution. I did pay that off and I was discharged early from probation. Back then, I didn't even know what a felony misdemeanor, with any of these details. I was young, silly, just not knowing what I'm getting myself into. And it's been one of my life's biggest hurdles and regrets. I probably just now, of course, as years going on, know the difference between a felony and a misdemeanor and this and that and that and this. But nevertheless, as time went on, it's always been my dream to become a nurse, going to school. When it got to the clinical part, I kept getting denied because I had this felony on my record. Of course, certain jobs, I kept getting denied because it's felony on my record. But I kept persevering. I kept going to school. I got my CNAs in 2012 because, again, with the fresh felony, I had to wait. So I always worked in healthcare. I then relocated to Frisco, Texas, the Dallas area of Texas in 2019. I started their nursing program, or I continued on from what I was doing in Milwaukee. And I finally got to the point of clinicals and everything okay. But then the felony came up again because I'm always open and honest about it. Texas Board of Nursing, they said, yeah, we'll allow you to take your NCLEX, but we have to always it's going to stay on your license no matter what, no matter if it's pardon, nothing. So I told them about, I was up for this. That was in 2021. I graduated last year. I passed the NCLEX. But every time somebody look up my license, it's showing there's a stipulation as though something has happened to me being a nurse, but the stipulation is actually this felony that they're keeping on my record. So becoming a nurse has been like my biggest life goal. It happened, with the felony. I'm thankful. I thank God. I thank God. I thank God. But this felony has definitely held me up. It's embarrassing. Like, I've accomplished a lot. I'm married with 3 children. My daughter, she'll be a senior at Alabama State this year. Like, I've done a lot. I'm working as a nurse now. I'm sorry I wasn't able to Zoom. I'm actually out doing nurse home visits. I actually work at a correctional facility. They're aware of my record. So again, this felony, it's humbled me. It's kept me in a place of very humbling places. It's closed some doors, it's opened some doors, but I'm asking for this to be gone so I can just move on with my life and just be done with it. That's it. That's all for me.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. I'll just see if we have any questions from board members for you. Any questions? No? All right. Thank you, Ms. Brown. I appreciate your time today, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. Our next applicant is Brian McClyman. Mr. McClyman, are you on the Zoom with us?
I am here.
Excellent.
Can you hear me? Okay.
We can.
All right. My name Brian McClyman. I'm 46 years old. The offenses that I have are manufacturing of THC and keeping a drug house. That was in 1997. I was 18 years old at the time. The third felony that I'm looking to have pardoned is felon in possession of a firearm. That was in 2001 when I was 23 years old. The sentencing for the manufacturing of THC and keeping a drug house, that was probation. And then 90 days in county lockup with Huber privileges. The probation was a little up and down. I did get in trouble a few times during then, was never revoked. I think actually my probation was actually extended out to 5 years. I think at first it was 3, extended to 5. That's all been obviously completed. The charges or the sentencing for the felon in possession of firearm basically was just fines. Nothing else was asked for that. Since all this has happened, I'm married for 13 years. I have 3 children, 14, 11, and 9. I'm involved with all their activities, whether it's scholastic or sports. Just trying to make the kids better than me and our wives. You know, that's kind of been our philosophy, pushing them. I've also been involved in not just coaching with my kids, but the programs like Mayville Sports. I was the president of Mayville Sports. We were also athletic directors for the Lutheran school that our kids go to. Also, since then, my education, I've got a bachelor's in science from UWO in 2009. In 2016, I also have a 2-year technical degree from Moraine Park Technical College in CNC tool and die technologies. Currently, I'm employed at a company called PG Inspection Technologies. I've been there for 8 years. Basically, we're a small company. There's 4 people there. What we do is we make a vision system to inspect cutting tools. It's all about quality with us. Our customers are in defense, in aviation, automotive. See, other aspects of my job that I am doing is customer service, support, software development, CAD design, prototyping, assembly, sales, and even cleaning bathrooms when they need it. The reasons I am applying are mainly for work, even though there's others, but 2 big ones are the travel restrictions. One being Honda in Canada, having restrictions of traveling there. Another aspect is that because a lot of our customers are defense contract, GE, Boeing, there are problems, hurdles for me to jump through visiting them. Versus a counterpart who been in the military. He doesn't really have restrictions. But like I said, those are mainly government contracts, Rock Island Arsenal, GE, Lockheed, Boeing. I guess I also got a little speech right here. My life's had a lot of ups and downs in it, and as such, these have been a lot of lessons learned. I am not sure why my life went down the path that it has, but the biggest lesson I have learned from all this is that some actions or all actions have consequences, and being able to take responsibility for things and create change is how I've grown. I've accepted the punishments that I've received for my actions and behaviors, and now I'm asking for a second chance to help my life get better, not just for myself, but for my family as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. McClyman. McClyman. Cindy, so you have a question.
Yes, I do. Good afternoon, Mr. McClyman. So following up on taking responsibility, in your statement, I'm discussing the possession of the firearm issue.
Yep.
You say, in my ignorance, you took a plea and paid a fine. I was never physically caught hunting with a firearm. It was all by hearsay.
Yep.
You did it, right?
Yeah, I didn't say I did. What I didn't explain was my lawyer, because they never caught me. My lawyer said I could fight it. He could win. It would cost me $5,000, or I could pay a fee with no jail time. And he said it would never affect me. At that time, I didn't know my life was going to go down the path it did. The first two convictions never affected me when I was at UW Oshkosh with my degree. But the felony infession of a firearm prohibited me from going into an autism program and other programs like that. That's kind of what I meant by that statement. By all means, I was out there. It's just knowing what I know now and how it's affected me, I might have thought differently at the time. I guess, okay, if that makes sense. But by all means, I was out there. Yep.
Okay. And you know, you knew you couldn't have a handgun. You knew you couldn't have a firearm.
Yep. Backing up. So when I was involved in my teens, I kind of drifted away from my family, I guess. Hunting has always been a large part of my family, just getting together and doing that. And after I got off probation, there were a lot of people. It's a lot of acreage, and people are like, oh, no one's ever gonna know. So, yep. I was stupid, shouldn't have been out there by all means. I definitely knew it.
Okay. And, you know, speaking of your family, you had a beautiful letter of support from your mother.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nice. She's very proud, and she's hoping for the best of me. I mean, ever since this all went down many years ago.
Yeah.
So,
nice letter from your boss, too. So.
Yep. A lot of support around me. They know my situation. They know who I am, and they want things better for me too.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. McClyman. Appreciate your time this afternoon, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, thanks. You guys too.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, our last candidate on the agenda is Jacqueline Thomas, who I do believe I saw. There we are, Ms. Thomas. We'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I ask that you bear with me. My throat is a little itchy, a little scratchy. In 1993, I was convicted of a felony for failure to report income and food stamp fraud while employed. At the time, I was struggling with my 3 daughters. I was not receiving any child support from their father, and I was trying to save money to buy a vehicle to get back and forth to work. I ended up being sentenced to probation. In 2000, I made another stupid mistake. I was convicted of driving without owner's consent. In 1999, I had lost all of my personal possessions in a fire, and I had no insurance. Shortly after that, my car had broke down. In May 2000, I met someone who told me that they could get another car. Wait a minute. Can get another car for me for sale. I was told that the person gets cars from a junkyard and repair them, and then he sells them. Later, I found out that the car was stolen, but I continued to drive the car after knowing it was stolen because I was concerned about getting back and forth to work and making sure my mother got to her dialysis appointments. Eventually, I was stopped by the police, to which I cooperated and spent 2 months in the Milwaukee County Jail. I was given extended probation after having a revocation hearing and was released. Since completing my sentence and during the time I was on probation, I would volunteer to help serve food on Sundays after church service. I also helped with preparing and packing food boxes for people that were in need, and also help delivering to the people in the community. My last job in Milwaukee, I was employed there for 10 years as a CNA before moving to Las Vegas, where I am now employed at assisted living facility. I have been employed here now for a year and 2 months. I also do childcare. I am a childcare provider as well since 2018, I'm sorry. I have also taken and completed some classes in the past towards my nursing degree as an RN, which I look forward to returning to school to complete. Today I am asking and wanting a pardon more so for employment reasons. I have applied for jobs in the past with better pay and was turned down due to felony convictions on my record and background. I have really grown as a person and have learned to make better decisions in my life over the years, and I will continue to do so. I am planning on returning back to school this year, hopefully this summer, to take more classes towards my nursing degree so that I can finish. After finishing, I would like to be able to be licensed as a nurse to obtain better employment and better pay if granted a pardon. I have 5 daughters, which 4 of them are adults now. I have a 16-year-old daughter who stays with me and I take care of, along with grandchildren I do have and help support. And they are all at this time thriving. I have made mistakes in my life that I truly regret. If I could go back and change it, I would. Nursing is my passion and I love helping people. Therefore, that is why I'm asking for a pardon, so that I can have a clean record and background. And getting a pardon would also help me to accomplish my dream of becoming a registered nurse and another way of giving back to society. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Questions from the board? Just one from me. Ms. Thomas, you were ordered to pay restitution as part of both of these offenses. Did you pay all of that restitution?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Reverend Hancock.
Ms. Thomas, the
Yes.
Milwaukee County DA's office reviewed your application for a pardon and they support it. How does that make you feel?
Blessed, appreciative.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Ms. Thomas? All right. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon, Ms. Thomas. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, and thank everybody for their time.
Thank you. All right, we did have 2 other applicants today, Mr. Robert Harris and Mr. Randall Bagley. I don't believe either of them are with us in the Zoom though. One last call. All right, that concludes our applicants for the afternoon session. So at this time, I will entertain a motion to move the board into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub A D and F for the purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases before the board, for the purposes of considering specific applications and considering financial, medical, social, or personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Judge Kremers, do I have a second?
Second.
Reverend McVicker, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? All right, the ayes have it. We will now move into closed session. And I will ask the board members to just give us a moment